Something does not seem right about this lighting. Hold on a second. Too bright. I've got my whole lighting set up, but sometimes I forget. Okay, you're watching Caught for Two. It's Wednesday, April 9th, 2025. Tonight we're continuing our playthrough of 50 Clues, the Sunshine Island trilogy. This is the third and final box here, called The Last Journey. It's also the last box ever made for 50 Clues. Will we see more? I hope so. To recap our story, there's been a biological weapons leak in a factory. Our sister worked there. At the end of box 1, we found our sister dead in the lab. At the end of box 2, we were trying to escape the lab, and we have finally escaped, and now we're trying to go to Malmo to discover someone who we think can solve this, has the cure, something like that. Last box, not my favorite box of the set, had some clunkers, but still a compelling mechanical system and some very good puzzles. How is everyone doing? I suppose I should check in and see if the audio video is all good. I think we have a little bit of a longer delay than normal since I increased the bandwidth to YouTube, but we'll make do here. 7 viewers. The viewers always go down on these multi-part streams, but who do we have here today who's been playing all the last 2 boxes with me? Or do I have a hardcore group here who is ready to see this finale? Let me do some bookkeeping before we jump into today's stream. We're wrapping up a whole bunch of games that have been ongoing, so we'll be finishing up this 50 Clues trilogy tonight. And then Jonathan Warner and Korzikant and I and a couple other people who have been watching offline have been playing through 7 Citadel for 3 months now, and that's just about to wrap up. So we're going to have some room on the channel to start some new games. And if you have ideas for what games you'd like to see played, stop by the Board Game Geek Guild. There's a game thread queue. You can let me know what games you're interested in playing. I have to make sure to thank the Patreon supporters of this channel, because that's the only way we're able to play these games, which I purchased and got sent from Sweden. I do not get review copies. So the games we play here are paid for by me and the Patreon supporters, and I really do appreciate that. Okay, I've already gone and put the serial number in, but let us open up the box. Now, one thing we've noticed about these 50 Clues games is they don't really have endings. They just end abruptly. But we'll see if the final box has a little bit more of an ending. There's not really a mystery. Oops, you weren't supposed to see that. Doesn't matter. There's not really a mystery to be solved here with this set. We're just trying to, I guess, unless you count what this guy is going to do at the end that we think knows the cure, something like that. And these games have been taking us about 5 hours to play through, so I expect this last one will be no different. All right, let us, first few cards are little reminders of the rules. They tend to be, okay, so same thing, 55 cards, 50 clues. A little bit reminder of mechanics. What does it say for these black numbers that I complain about? Can only be entered as a code. You investigate or do something with it. Okay. So here's our story. Sadly, your sister Gro met the same terrible fate as several others on Bornholm this past week. An artificial fungus that acts as a biological weapon has caused death and destruction on the island. It's unclear what exactly went wrong, but you found Gro on the floor of a secret Danish defense laboratory where she was developing a treatment for the fungus. You're now in possession of material to be delivered to the researcher in Malm, the researcher Malm in Sweden. That's his name, code name, who can finish developing the treatment, a dangerous mission that Gaia agents have done everything possible to prevent. You've sneaked aboard a military ship sailing away from Bornholm. It's easy to hide your identity as everyone on board is wearing masks out of fear of the terrible contagion that has spread on the island. Okay, so Gaia is the company that developed this bioweapon. After an hour of sailing, everyone is instructed to go as far below deck as possible before the hydrogen bombs are detonated over Bornholm in the authorities' desperate attempt to neutralize the fungus. You choose to ignore the warnings as you have more important things to do. Gaia agents have infiltrated the army, and you have found a dead agent named Tobias Jensen on the island. You wonder if he might have been on board the ship, but how will you continue your mission and get the samples from the lab to Malm? Suddenly, the night sky lights up like a giant sun, blotting out the whole world for a brief moment. Soon after, the shockwave hits the ship like an earthquake and knocks you off your feet. It takes a while before you can see clearly again. Did everyone do your homework and go watch the movie Outbreak? Here's our first card here. Hydrogen bomb has just gone off on the island. All right, so we've got a secret card 5 that we get to draw. A red code number 41, which looks like it's just a pin. What? So fine. Okay, now we're turning this over. We've got a knife with the name Arlo. Some serum. There's the SD memory card with information about this fungus to bring to the researcher. And we've got some dog tags. Peterson Gibbs. You've brought the laboratory sample and the research results stored on a memory card. In addition, you have a dog tag from a deceased female soldier and the knife from the dead undercover Gaia agent. All right, so those were things from the previous game. All right, and then we also saw this note. All right, what are we looking at? A whole bunch of names. Some are crossed off. An overview of the cabins. Enter the code 5, followed by the number of the cabin you wish to examine. It makes sense that we might go examine the dead soldier's room. That room might be empty. Or Tobias Jensen. So Peterson Gibbs or Tobias Jensen. All right. Don't see it, but is this another case where we could guess what room these persons are in? There's Tobias Jensen. Okay, there's Tobias Jensen. I guess he's known to be dead, but I thought we were going to try to find... All right, so we can see if you wanted to go to Tobias Jensen's room, you'd have to go to this one. So it's a little bit of a pattern solution. I guess that's it. These look like they're just going up by 4s, but it's not true. Up by 4, up by 4, up by 4, then up by 8. That's because there's doubles down here. So up by 8, so this is going to be up by 8 again, 36, and up by 8, 44, and up by 8, 52. Right? You haven't missed anything. It's just, these are the only cards we have so far. Okay, so that's it, right? Up by 4, up by 4, up by 4, and then it starts jumping to 8s. 28, 36, 44, 52 would be this line here. So I guess we want this one. 44, 36 plus 8 is 44 would be this Tobias Jensen's room. Right? 36 plus 8, 44 would be the line that goes here, Tobias Jensen. All right. So 14, 3, 4, 4 is the room that we want, which is going to be that one. Enter the code 5. So 05 14344. That's the room we think we're going to want to go in for this. But before we do this, let's look at these. Remember, the reds you can combine. So is there any reason we want to combine any of these? Seems unlikely, right? We're just going to carry these around. But what about this pin? Do we want to use this pin? So remember, one of the odd things about this game is when you see items here, you don't take them. There's no separate card for them. They're just showing us these, and now we consider them to be in our possession. So just consider us to always have a pin, should we need one. So it seems like this is the only thing for us to do. 05 14344. And we're just going to go in that room and pretend, I guess, that we're Tobias Jensen, although they seem to know he's dead. Is there any sense that we would know what room the girl is in? No. All right. Let's go ahead and put off to a rocky start here. All right, we're going to go ahead and put in our code 05143440514344. 05143444. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else for us to do. You find the cabin, which has been abandoned. See card 7. All right, we've got another puzzle here. We've got safe with a 3x4 grid of letters. And then here's the actual thing to open it. We can get rid of card 5 now. Okay, Tobias's locker. Enter the code 7 followed by 4 digits to open it. It's a 3x4 grid of letters, and we have a 3x4 grid of digits and numbers. And we know his name is Tobias. T-O-B-I. Tobias Jensen. But there's no S. T-O-B-I. We're only looking for 4 digits. So I'm guessing it's going to be T-O-B-I, which would be T-O-B-I. That's my guess. 3214. Preceded by 07. Okay, so that's my guess, but let's think about it for a second more. We're looking at it like this. Dial to the left, going from the southwest to the northeast. Dial on the left, going from the southwest to the northeast. So this is the proper orientation of it. Seems like Toby is the right answer. DJ Moneycut says I have a different idea, though. Okay, let's hear your different idea. Tobias Jensen is his name. We know that's his locker. We don't. Oh, is it Arlo? If that's his knife. Yes, I think that's right. Arlo. A-R-L-O. This is exactly what I wanted to talk about. This is a perfect segue. Okay, so there's his knife called Arlo. And if we follow the knife, then we get if we follow the knife, we get A-R-L-O, which would be 6207. 07. Okay, I agree that it's the knife. A-R-L-O. Now, this is exactly what I want to talk about. I was thinking about this afternoon. So one of the things that we've seen with 50 Clues in general, and we saw it also with Escape the Asylum, and I complain about it quite a bit. You think I wrote down Arlo wrong? A-R-L-O. A R L O 606. I see I did it. Oh, how did I get that wrong? Six 027. Okay, 6027 is what I have. 60. Wow, why? I'm really messing up today. The 2 is at the end. Holy cow. Maybe I better take a deep breath. 6072. 6072. 6072. Okay, I think that's right now. So I wanted to talk about this for a second. So both 50 Clues and Escape from the Asylum had the same feature where we frequently get puzzles where it feels like there could be multiple answers that are reasonable, and you're trying to intuit which is the better one by the designer. And in 50 Clues, you get punished by making a wrong guess. And I have complained about this quite seriously. But I was thinking about it today, and I was thinking, maybe that's an unfair criticism. Maybe it's just a difference in philosophy. Like, I tend to think a puzzle should have one right answer. When you get it, it clicks, you go, aha, yes, that's it. I'm sure that's it. So it can be hard, but when you figure out the one answer that's legal, you know you've got it. And this is a perfect example of something where you could argue, okay, Arlo seems like it's it. That's much more likely. But his name is Tobias Jensen. Maybe he used his name. But then you could say, well, maybe you shouldn't use your name based on this. People would know it. They'd know your name, but maybe they've seen your knife. So anyway, but the point is, what we've got here is a puzzle that's made a little more difficult because now you have to rank what you think is the most likely answer. And maybe I should embrace that as an alternate kind of puzzle, a puzzle where there's multiple solutions. You have to rank them in terms of what you think is the most likely to match the designer's thought process. And if you get it wrong, you fall back to your second favorite choice with a little bit of a punishment. Does that add a little interesting psychological sort of second stage to the puzzle? So I'm going to try to embrace that a little bit more. All right, let's go ahead and enter this puzzle, assuming I've gotten the Arlo right. A-R-L-O, A-R-L-O. 6072. 6072, prefaced by a 7. No need for us to do anything else first. Okay, let's go do it. Oh, 76072. Maybe I can get my keyboard for the future so I can look at the screen a little bit better. All right, so assuming that that's right, let's click submit and see how we did. The locker opens, see card 6. Okay. Get rid of card 7. What have we got? We've got some, what looks like it might be an antibiotic, antifungal, flunitrazepam. We've got some dental floss, it looks like. We've got a hidden number 11. Little notebook. We've got now the dental floss to use, this to use. Let's see what it says. It's an anesthetic. Inside Tobias's locker, you find dental floss, a vial of the anesthetic, funitrazepam, and a notebook. Enter the code 63 when you leave the cabin and return to the common area. So is there anything we want to do? Here's the notebook. Interesting. Looks like a sniper rifle. Crosswind correction. All right, it absolutely is sniper rifle stuff. Gaia Agent's notebook. And this one itself has a hidden number, number 10. Influence of the wind direction on crosswind correction. Here's another little math puzzle right up front here in early stages of this game. All right, so it's a sniper's notebook. And what does it tell you? It tells you that depending on the wind, how to adjust where you aim. So if the wind is blowing to the east, you have to aim slightly west of your target, and it's going to matter the distance they are away. And then same thing here, but for the drop of the bullet. The further away you are, the higher you have to aim so that the bullet will drop and hit them. Let's see if we can understand both of these tables here. Depending on the height of the what is this telling us? Okay. This is telling us how to this isn't telling us about drop. This is telling us how to measure distance. So if the person is 14, if the person is 14 clicks up here and we're at 20 magnification, then they're 290 meters away. I think that's what it's saying. So in other words, in this case, this person is 1, 2, their head is 3 clicks away. So if we're zoomed 10 times, we're somewhere between this range. I think that's what it's saying, or vice versa. If you knew someone was 1,000 meters away and you were 10 times zoomed, then you would put their head on the 2 mark. I think that's how I'm understanding this. And then here, once you know the distance and you knew how fast the bullets you were firing was, you would know how many clicks on the scope of adjustment you should make. So in this case, we need distance, and we need to know how fast the bullet's going, I guess. And here we need to know what our zoom is, what our zoom is, and who we're looking at. Okay, it doesn't seem like we're ready to use those here. And this is a further adjustment of crosswind based on wind direction. All right, neither of those look like we're ready to use them now, but before we leave this room, is there something we want to do with the dental floss, the knife, the serum, the dog tag and the pin. Like pin and dental floss seem like the right thing to combine, but this seems like a trick question. Enter this when you're ready to leave. Like, feels like there's something we should be doing before we leave to prep ourselves. But what would we do? Anesthetic, pin, dental floss, knife. Any theories? Flunitrazepam is a benzodiazepine used to treat severe insomnia, assist with anesthesia. Chronic insomnia has other bad uses. Do you think it has to measure from the feet to the head? I don't know. But it seems clearly we can't use that information yet. The only question for us now is if we're ready to just leave or if there's something we want to do first. Including this pen. Like, is there some preparation before we leave this room? Do we want to cut some dental floss? Do we want to open this? It's kind of weird, right? Do we want to put the pin somewhere? Like, this is a very weird aspect of this game. Like, if we don't interact with this, do we not take the pin? But no, it seems like the rules of this game have us always having access to these from now on. I can see cutting the dental floss, but I don't see why we would need to do that now. I mean, this looks like it's a ampule that we have to cut. Do we want to do that now? This is a laboratory sample. I don't think we should be opening this up. But dental floss, vial of anesthetic. I mean, do we want to put this anesthetic on the knife so if we stab someone they go to sleep? That seems not right. This could have some space inside it. Do we want to hide it in there? Is that what we want to do? Do we want to hide this chip inside this dental floss container? What do you think about that? So that if they search us, like, is it possible that what we should be doing is hiding this in here and this in here? Before we get to the common area. That's an interesting idea, don't you think? Shall we try it? Wrong if we try to put this in this, right? The worst that will happen is it'll say no. The best that'll happen is that we will have hidden it. Let me try that. Let me try that. The worst that will happen is we lose a little bit of that point. So 043, the memory chip, I'm going to try to put in 062. No, it didn't like that. It was a good idea, though. Doesn't like the idea of hiding stuff. Okay. I thought that was going to be a good idea. Let me try cutting some dental floss. I don't know why, though, but Seems like there's something we could do. So with the knife, I'm going to try to cut the dental floss. No, it doesn't like that either. All right. Well, every time that we've been told something like this, when you're ready, it's been a little bit of a clue to figure out something we should do first. It's true, the Rambo knives sometimes have a little container in the edge, but the problem is, what do you expect to do? Can it fit this? No. And even if it could, then you have to say knife interact with this, and I don't trust the game not to have us cut that open and die. So I can't think of anything else to do. If anyone can think of anything else that's safe to try before we move out of this room, now's the time to speak up. What about the pin? What will I do with the pin? I just don't see anything else to do. I came up with a good idea, I thought. But the game didn't like it. Mix the vial? Surely not. That would be insanity. All right, I guess we're moving on. I don't see anything else to do. Let's just move along. 63 when we're ready to leave. Okay. You walk back to the common area, but meet a colonel on the way. Uh-oh. We should have prepared something. I don't know what it wanted us to prepare. Cut the lid off the... Who knows? Card 8. All right, it's Schmidt. Colonel asks everyone to identify themselves. Enter the code 8, followed by the surname that you mention. And now it wants us to draw card 9. All right. Perhaps the colonel has access to classified information about the Danish defense. You notice some marks on his hand. Okay. So there's this coffee cup. Dump something in there, maybe. And we could add up those numbers, 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 2, if we think that's important. And here is an interaction with him. So we could stab him with our knife. We could try to put our anesthetic in there or something. But he wants us to give him a name. Now, the question is, we could give him Tobias Jensen. We could give him Jensen. We could give him Peterson. Whatever we think is the first or last name. It's told us to get rid of this card. So technically, I don't think we should have access to this. They seem to already know Tobias is dead. But can we give him the name of a girl? Like, I don't know if we should be telling him that we're Tobias Jensen. He may know Tobias Jensen is dead. He seems like he's got up-to-date information. So maybe we just got to kill this guy. Maybe we just got to put a knife into this guy. What about his hand? How can we make use of that? It's not a code. I mean, it's nothing to put in. So we could give him this name. Yes, this is the name of a female soldier, though, that we saw outside. So is he going to know that we're not a soldier? Are we a guy or a girl? We do kind of know from one of our games. We got a chance to see ourselves. I think we're the brother, though. I wonder if we only have a mask, he's going to be able to tell, and he might know that that girl's dead for all we know. It's a little dangerous to kill this guy, though, and that's going to set off alarms all over the ship. But what option do we have? This is like a serious choose-your-own-adventure book now at this point. Doesn't feel like a puzzle as much as it does a little adventure book. Feels like we're gonna stab this guy. On the other hand, it wants a surname, so If it hadn't told us to get rid of this card, I'd feel a little bit more confident about picking one of the names off this card, but he may know that person. What's his name? We don't know his name. He's a colonel. We have to assume that it can't be one of those, and he might know those people, so we can't really mention one of those people, but he doesn't seem to know this person. But I suppose the reason not to give this person would be that person may not even, isn't even supposed to be on the ship. So he's going to look us up. It feels like we can't give him our name. If we give him Jensen, we're going to have to explain why we're not dead, and he's already crossed that guy's name off, so they already think he's dead. We could tell him we're Tobias and pretend we're not dead, or we can kill him. It's also letting us interact with his cup. Perhaps the colonel has access to classified information. Is that trying to tell us that we shouldn't kill him because we need his information? What do you think this code is? Maybe if we could understand this code, we would know what to do. He's looking right at us, though. How are we supposed to put something in his drink if he's looking right at us? Two, 3, 4, 2. What is this? What are we supposed to do with this? 2, 3, 4, 2. You notice some marks on his hand. It looks like a plus and then a 2, 3, 4, 2. Is it as simple as us adding that up? But then what do we do with that information? 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 2 would be 11. I don't know what we're supposed to do with it, though. There's no secret other numbers here. There's no information here for us to use. How strange. Any ideas? What if this is the password to his phone? So we just kill him and then we can use the passcode to get into his phone. We don't know anyone else on the ship. We were in his locker room. Guess, I mean, we could give him Tobias's name and see what happens. But from a game perspective, we've already decided whose room we are supposed to be. Should we give him the name of someone else in our room? But we're not supposed to have access to this card, so I don't feel like we're supposed to be able to read that card. I guess I'm just going to kill him. Asks everyone to identify themselves. I don't even know what that means. You think there are more people waiting for us here? If so, we better not try to kill him. From a game perspective, it seems very odd for us to keep pretending we're Tobias. If he's distracted, yeah, I know. This is a very weird situation we're in here. But what are we gonna spike it with this? Maybe that's why we had to open it in the room first with the knife, because we can't open it now, he'll see it. This is very weird. Like, is this an ampule that needs to be cut with our knife before we can even do this? Find this a little frustrating, but all right. I mean, he's looking right at us. I don't understand how we're going to put something in his cup while he's looking right at us, asking us, well, he's asking us our name. How are we supposed to put something in his cup while he's asking us our name? And here he is holding his cup, and here he is not holding his cup. This is just weird. This is very weird. All right. I mean, I don't know how to feel about this. I guess I'm not too thrilled with this at this point, but okay, let's try putting the anesthetic in the cup and see what happens. 061091. You have to answer the colonel's question. All right, it wants us to answer the Colonel's question before it lets us do anything else. That seems to be the implication. I mean, we've got Tobias Jensen's knife, and we've got Gib Peterson's dog tag. So it seems like we're going to tell him one of those. Shall we try telling him we're Gib Peterson? Let's try telling him we're Gib Peterson and see what happens. I have no idea. Now, what do we think the surname is? Peterson? Are we a girl? Are we a guy? This is a little confusing. I'm just going to click submit because this game is I just don't feel like there's a way to reason our way out of this. Cannot find you on the list and asked if you may be registered under another name. Is it Peterson with an E? Okay. Peterson with an E. Okay, let's try again with Peterson with an E. The Colonel finds the name on his list and accepts your answer. So we lost all the, we didn't get any stars for this somehow. Because I spelled it wrong. Because we tried to interact with the cup. I don't know, that rubs me the wrong way, but okay. So we've given him a name and he's happy with it. We gave him Peterson. Now, whether it would have taken Tobias Jensen, I don't know. But he was okay with that. But now here we are. We're still here. We've answered his question. And now I don't understand. Is he distracted now? I feel like killing this guy. I feel like I've got some anger building up in me. I guess we're still standing here. It says he might have access to classified information. So I feel like, I guess we're going to try to put the drug in the cup now. Very weird situation we're in here. I'm going to try putting the drug in the cup 061 with 091. I think it's going to want us to cut that ampule open first, but let's see. Nope, it was plenty happy about that. The Colonel becomes very tired and confused after his coffee and staggers into his temporary office. Enter the code 12, followed by the code for the door so you can enter a few minutes later. All right, so that was the right thing to do. I'm not too thrilled with that, but now we're in his office, which is 375. It wants a code. We've noticed the code on his hand looks like 2342. Is it that simple? Do we just need to put in 2342? Any thoughts on whether it's as simple as just putting in 2342? Do you see any marks on the number pad? The plus makes me think there's more to it. I think you've got a good point. Like, why would that plus be there if it even is a plus? 2, 3, 4, 2. 2, 3, 4, 2. Finger, second finger, third finger, fourth finger, second finger. Is it the 3, 7, 5 plus these numbers? How would that work? I mean, he does have 3 stars on his shoulder. Enter the code 12, followed by the code for the door. It doesn't even tell us how long the code is going to be for the door. Like, could you add 375 to these numbers? But how would that work even? Do you think it's a long code like 3752342? And why are they underlined? That's a good question. Let's see. We've got a knife, we've got dental floss, we've got a pin, but we've got no way to interact with anything other than, I feel like just putting the knife right into him. But all right. 375. That does look like a plus, right? 2, 3, 4, 2. If that's even what those are, Roman numerals. Why are they underlined? How do you add these two? If I had to take a guess, I'm going to guess that the code is 3752342, a big long number. All right, so we're going to use our thinking about previously what we said. We're not going to assume that there's a correct answer that's going to be a complete aha. This is a situation where there's multiple possible answers, and a reasonable one feels like 3752342. So we're going to give that a try. Okay, so it says the code 12 followed by 375. That's the plus. And then I'm going to say 2, 3, 4, 2. And if it's wrong, we're not going to stress out. We're just going to say that was a reasonable guess. That was worth trying. No, that was not the right answer. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 2. Okay, it was worth a try, but it was wrong. What about just adding the two numbers? So what if it's the number 375 plus the number 2342? 2342. 2717. What about that as an idea? With the underline meaning these are digits. 2, a 3, a 4, and a 2. Guess to me. So rather than getting mad at the game for not having one unique solution, I'm going to feel free for us to try reasonable guesses. 2717. And then if we're wrong and we lose points, so be it. That was it. Okay. This new approach, I'm trying not to stress out about the score. and it is relieving me of some frustration. So maybe it's a successful approach. All right, card 14 we draw. Here is our Colonel. See both sides, and it's a hidden card number 16 at the top, and then looks like 15 at the bottom. He's got a picture. This is someone, I guess we're looking at his desk now, and he's got new stuff on his desk. Okay, now he's got a laptop and a stamp. All right, maybe, I don't know. I don't know how we got to this scene from this scene. But okay. It's obviously the same guy, and it wants us to look at the back as well. It's his dog Ghost. 8, 9, and 12 we can get rid of. So maybe there were other ways to take care of some of that stuff, but it doesn't matter for us. Okay, the dog Ghost, who has got some code here. And then we've got card 15, which is his stamp thing that says Colonel Schmidt. What's his first name? Alfred. Colonel Alfred Schmidt, ID 8932489. All right, I guess we're just going to make sure we read it backwards and write it down. Nothing else to do with it but to know what it says backwards. And then here was the poster on the wall. Stockholm, Ystad. Just a map of Sweden, should we need it. Nothing to do with it, though. No secret numbers, etc. All right, let's take a little bit of a break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back. We've got a new attitude towards the game, which is when something looks like a plausible answer, we're going to choose it. I still don't know what we should have done in that room. But let's start here and record for our notes what everything looks like when it's stamped on from reverse. So it says Colonel. And then it definitely says Alfred Schmidt. Alfred Schmidt. And then his ID is 8932489. Okay, presumably we're going to get asked for his ID at some point, you would think. Okay. And then we've got this map of Sweden and Ystad down at the bottom, whatever that means. All right, we'll just hold on to those things. But now, more importantly, we've got this card. So what are we looking at? His laptop, his hand. So we've got, we could cut off his hand. We could try to use one of our items with his laptop. And then we've got this thing here. So now GHOST. So I see that we've got enough letters that we could be spelling ghost on each of those rows. So let's write that grid and see if we can make any sense about why it would be called, why you would have 3 rows of ghost. So GHOST. Let's bring it this way. This is what I'm thinking here, in other words. And then 1, 2, 3. So this would be an HOST, ghost. And then what have we got here? We've got an arrows here. Arrows here. So 3 rows of ghosts. Okay. So we've got arrows here on the first row, arrows here on the second row, and then here on the third row. What? And then here we have 1, 2, 3. Now what would that... Oh. The computer is switched off. And that's, we have numbers for his hands. So if his hands needed a thumbprint, we could use his hands for it, but there's nothing to do. I mean, we could solve this. It looks like it's probably a code of some sort. If I had to guess, I'd guess that it's like a 3-word code where the first word is going to be GOTS and the second word is going to be GOHST and the third word is going to be GHSOT. So the first one is telling us to swap these two, the second one's telling us to swap these two, the third one's telling us to swap these two. But either way, it's not for now, right? There's nothing to do with that. What we really have to decide is how we're going to interact with this card. And these are the things we have to interact with. This is it. This is all there is for us to do. So should we... It feels like we should turn on his computer, take his computer. Do we interact his figure with the computer? Like, there's no number to interact with this. I have an idea about how it might form a word. I won't spoil until you get stuck. Thank you. Yes, if you figure out one of these things ahead of time, don't type the answer. Just say, I think I've got an idea, and wait till we ask for hints. But the weird part here is what it wants us to do next. I mean, obviously, we want to get access to his computer. How are we going to get access to the computer? I guess we're going to put his thumb on the computer. I don't know why we're not turning it on first, but this particular box is more squirrely than normal. So I'm going to interact his hand with the laptop. Okay. It says the computer switches on when you place the kernel's index finger on the fingerprint reader. C13. All right, so now it wants us to log in. Access the Danish Defense search engine. First, enter the code 13 followed by the ID, then enter the code 13 followed by the password. All right, so we've written down his ID. That seems straightforward. Then we need the access code. And the access code is surely going to be this thing, which feels like it is this, using the dog word ghost. All right, let's start with the thing we know. Let's start with the thing that seems fairly straightforward. Sorry, let me do it this way. Let's start with the thing that seems fairly straightforward, which is his ID. So it says, put in as a code 13 followed by his ID. So 13, 8, 9, 3, 2, 4, 8, 9. A little hard to see on this view. Is this better? Yes. 13, 8, 9, 3, 2, 4, 8, 9. Okay, this should be his ID. ID is correct. Now you just need to enter the code 13 followed by the password. Okay, so this one's a little trickier. I claim that that grid sure looks like it's repeating the word ghost 3 times for the 3 rows. So what are our options? It could be STHOOS, STHOOS. If you just look at these, I don't think so, though. It could be that we've got 3 sets of words. That's what I claimed before, that it was telling us to go GHTS, GOHST, GHSOT. That's with me. That's with me just writing the word ghost 3 times, doing these swaps. One, two, three. And so this is if we just use the letters by the arrows, the S and the T, then the H and the O, then the O and the S. One, two, three. Doesn't spell a word though, so that seems weird. be more convincing if we came up with a word that was a word. It almost looks like shoots. Password. We're looking for a password. How about, what if we do the swaps? Okay, that's an alternative idea. That's not a bad one. What if we start with the word ghost, which is the dog's name, right? Ghost. And then we do these swaps. So the second version of it after swap 1 is this. And now we do swap 2 and we get HGOTS. And now the third swap, no, I did the wrong thing here. I like this idea. Okay, we start with ghost and then we swap the T and the S. So we get GHOTS. And now we're going to swap the H and the O. So we get GOHTS. This was step 1. This is step 2. And then step 3 has us swapping these two. GOTHS. Goths. So the first step was these two. The second step was these two. And the third step is these two. So I've got Goths. That seems right to me. A 4-letter password formed by doing a sequence of swaps. Okay, any objection to that? I'm going to try it regardless. You can tell me if you think I'm wrong before I type it. GOTHS. 13 followed by the password. Okay, that was it. Card 17. Is that what you were thinking of, Dorian? It's not what I was originally thinking, says Dorian, but I like that idea. Okay. Card 17. The internal Danish defense personnel search engine. Please enter the code 17 followed by the search term. And it says get rid of cards 13 and 15. Okay. Well, that's an odd thing, an arbitrary search term, huh? But it was suggested to us what we might be able to search for. But we were instructed to throw away the card. Access to the Danish defense search. Perhaps the colonel has access to classified information about the Danish defense. So the only thing I can think of to type in here is Malm. But it is interesting. Or Gaia. Or Wythad. Huh. This is an interesting situation we have here. Doesn't seem like there's a right or wrong answer. It just seems like maybe this is a way to get various information. This is weird. All right, let's try some stuff here. 17 followed by this. All right, so I'm going to try Malm. Let's see if they have anything on Malm. I guess that was the right answer. It wants me to get card 18. Codename Malm, full name Martin Lindell, physician researcher, infectious diseases, age 63. I guess I can put this here. I don't have to zoom in. Okay, age 63, height 180 centimeters, weight 85 kilograms. He's got a black Volvo. He's got an address in Sweden. Interesting. Mom is a Danish defense employee, just like your sister. You sneak out before the colonel regains consciousness. Okay, so that was the right thing to search for. It won't let you even search for anything else. All right. Get rid of card 3 and 17. 3 we got rid of long ago. All right, but that's just a rules thing. Okay, that's it. Nothing more to search for. Now it's moving us along. After arriving in Ystad, Sweden, everyone is placed in isolation at the local hospital. Some are unwell and cough uncontrollably in the ward. Enter the code 19 followed by 4 digits to get out. Okay, and I see a secret little number here, 20. Okay, that's A. Nilsson, the doctor. There's her ID. And she doesn't notice. And this is the code up top. We stole it without her noticing. We picked her pocket. So now we can let ourselves out by pretending we're this doctor. Now, it sure looks like it's a straightforward code. 2451. Why is it not as simple as that? Is there a reason we think it's not as simple as 2451? It is a little odd that these lines look like they're almost vertically centered, but not quite. Like they're not, these two are top centered. This one looks like it's vertically set. Like these are top aligned, these are vertically aligned. This is not quite. Makes me think something else is going on here. It's almost as if there's like a line of, almost as if there's, almost as if there's like one line and then two, and then two more, and then like 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then placeholder, placeholder, line, placeholder, placeholder. I don't know how to make any sense out of that though. So we aren't given a close-up view of the number pad. Could it index into her name here? That's an interesting idea. Or her ID number. I just don't know on what basis we would decide any of that. Like if you've got this, if we've got 2451, the only clue we have how to use it, like it could be this, that could mean take the second number, then the fourth number, then the fifth number, then the first number. probably all numbers, but the clue, the biggest clue we have here is the vertical alignment is weird. To me, that's feels like it might be significant. But I don't see, this one feels much too open-ended here. Let's take a look at these cards and see if there's any clue here. Four digits. Okay, we know it's 4 digits at least. Seems too trivial for it to just be 2, 4, 5, 1. But I don't see on what basis this game, today's session is really testing my new strategy of not blaming it when there are multiple solutions conceivable, because I feel like every puzzle we've played so far has been of this flavor. Are we really gonna, could it really be so straightforward as being 2, 4, 5, 1? I just don't see. So weird. I would try the second number of ID. The third number just seems like something it would do. 2, 4, 5, 1 is too simple. Boy, but both of there's really hard to. I really just does not feel like there would be much of a reason to prefer one over the other. Or if it's upside down. All right. Well, we're really putting our principle to the test of when we have a plausible answer, we're going to go for it rather than try to find one and only one unique thing. All right. So DJ says, let's try indexing into ID first. So the second number of the second digit of the ID is a 4. The fourth digit is a 6. The fifth digit is a 7, and then the first digit is a 2. No one has a theory for why the vertical alignment should be the way it is. That's the part that's bothering me. Feels to me like this vertical alignment is deliberate. All right, I'm going to be upset if this works, but let's try 4, 6, 7, 2. All right, so it actually says 19 goes first, and then 4, 6, 7, 2. Okay. Well, our strategy of trying plausible things is paying off, but so far I'm a little bit disappointed in the puzzles for today. That just feels to me like That's not reasonable. All right. You sneak out of the isolation room without anyone noticing. See card 21. All right. What have we got here? It looks like we picked the right day to make educated guesses, though. All right, get rid of cards 19 and 20. And now we've got Annika Carlson's locker with some markups on their name. You search for more discreet clothes and find a changing room for hospital staff. Enter the code 21 followed by 4 digits. Okay. 4 digits, and we've got some weird little 4 lines here. Huh. This one looks a little more interesting, doesn't it? Let's take a close look at this. What have we got? So we've got a little circle above the A. And then we've got these bars. We're told only that this is a 4-digit code. So it feels like the bars are our digits. So it could be related to the letters. There's on an N, a K, a space, and an A. Or it could just be the height of these. Like if that's a 0, this is a 1, this is a 2, this is a 3, this is a 4. Like if it's just looking at heights, in which case from left to right would be 2, 4, 3, 1. Like that's our 0 line, that's our 1 line, our 2 line, our 3 line, our 4 line. So if you write it out, you get 2, 4, 3, 1. That's one possibility. Are they equidistant? Yes, they're all spaced out with a letter. Okay, what if we look at the letters, though, in between? I, A, K, N. N, I, A, K. That would be the other alternative. That would make the spacing of the vertical spacing insignificant. N, I, A, K. If we just look at the letters between the thing, N, I, A, K. Well, here's two things. Of course, it doesn't want letters, so unless that says something, I don't see how we use that. It's looking for digits, so we need 4 digits. Four digits. And somehow vertical position is significant. 2, 4, 3, 1. I still think that's our best guess. 2, 4, 3, 1. But it's a reasonable guess. It's a reasonable guess. So we're going to try it. But I'd like to hear if anyone has any better theories first. All right. Dorian says, I have a different idea besides 2, 4, 3, 1. Well, let's hear it. Let's hear it. If 0 is the starting index that numbers each position, A is a 0, N is a 1, N is a 2. It goes 0 to 9, then each bar corresponds to a number in that sequence. Okay, don't really get it. I do see that each letter is a, okay, I think, could you be saying that this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, if that's the case, then we're saying that what we have here is that, like, you can see each letter is sequenced off. So the first N would be a 2, like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. The second mark is a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we get that this N is a 2, this K is a 4, this space is a 6, and this A is an 8. And then you read them off in this order from highest to lowest. So you think that you would read 8, 2, 6, 4, like this. I mean, this game, I gave my little speech about plausible answers, and this feels like today we are doing only that. Okay, but Della says, yeah, don't put them in order, put them in order. It should have been 8, 4, 6. No, sorry. 8, 2, 6, 4. This order, right? 8, 2, 6, 4. More compelling than the other solution. I like the idea that these letters are segmented off. All right, well, let's try our solution. I'll go with this one first. It just seems, boy, it's a little bizarre, but all right. This is our new approach to life. Find plausible candidates and then go for them rather than insisting on finding the one clear answer. 21 followed by the 4 digits. All right, we're going to try this one first. 21 followed by 8, 2, 6, 4, which we got. I like this comment in the chat. One thing in favor of Dorian's idea is the lock is oriented vertically. I like this idea. However, it looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4. So if there's 4 vertical, so the point is it would make sense that we put them in vertically. All right, I got to stop. Now there's some claim that it's 8, 4, 6, 2. I don't see how you're getting that. Why are you not getting 8, 2, 6, 4? Dorian says 8, 2, 6, 4. Delia says 8, 4, 6, 2. No. 8, 2, 6, 4. How do you get 8, 4, 6, 2? 8, 2, 6, 4. All right, we're going to put this in and see what happens, and we'll discuss it afterwards. So first we put in 21 and then 8264. Okay, let's see what happens. Well, that was it. You open the locker. That's interesting. That is an interesting solution. I think the best clue was these segmented letters, but boy, that was tricky. Okay, you open the locker, steal some normal civilian clothes, and quickly leave the hospital. See card 22. Well, I'm kind of surprised that we got that, but it shows the value of our new approach. Okay, what have we got here? So we've gotten off the ship, I guess, or yeah, we've gotten off the ship. All right, so get rid of card 21, which was the locker. We've got a truck to Malmo, a truck to Berlin, and a truck to Uppsala. You don't dare take public transport from the hospital for fear of being discovered. Which truck will you sneak on board? All right, so this is a multiple choice. We're picking one of these. It feels like this is our thing, and here's where we want to go. We now know where we want to go. Allsångetan, Sweden. Allsångetan. So let's see if maybe we can't identify where Allsångetan is. I can't zoom up on this one, but I can on this one. Are we going to need our microscope? Where have we been dropped off? All right, rather than trying to see our place here, feels like this is the right thing to do. But let's look at this again, and before we go hunting, let's see what we've got to work for. So Malmo, Berlin, or Uppsala. So we should be looking for one of these big cities that will take us past Allsångetan. Sveg. I guess Sveg is probably the city, right? So Sveg, Malmo, Uppsala, Berlin. Okay, well, Berlin, it seems like it's in Germany. But if we could find Sveg, that's where we want to go. Right, do I have to bring out my microscope? I suppose this is a case where rather than look at this map, we could look at a map on the internet, go to Google Maps. But where do we think we are now? Where have we been dropped off? I mean, these are real places. Rather than try to see it on this card, I guess we'll just go to Google Maps. All right, let's go up to Google Maps and see if we can... Somehow I don't have Google Maps here, so I guess we just go to it this way. Don't know why I don't have the app on that phone, but all right, so be it. All right, so I think that we want to go to this guy's house. And Malm is his name, but he's in Sveg. So what? Okay, so Sveg, Sweden. All right, so there's Sveg. And then, okay, I'm not going to lose my mind using the mobile app. So we're on a bus. I mean, we're on the boat that dropped us off to somewhere. Probably, I should remember. But let's look up Malmo, which is where one of these buses is going. And okay. It is really evil using these mobile apps. It is really just evil. It is really just unpleasant. $10 from Malmo. I mean, all right. I need to have a checklist. The first checklist is when I start getting angry is I should turn on the air conditioner. Okay, where's Uppsala? I mean, the real question is really isn't the distance 4 hours? Well, it's certainly closer. All right, fine. Now, am I allowed to click here somewhere so that I can see this map? No. No, I'm not. Get away. Fuck off. That's it, huh? This little strip is what I'm allowed to see. Because if I click here, we go back. Check with the chat. I don't need to solve this. Where are we? You think we're in Wystad, huh? The only thing that really matters is where we are. Did it tell us after arriving in Wystad, Sweden? Yeah, I wouldn't mind you not getting rid of that card. Okay. So let's do it this way then. If we're in Wystad, Sweden, then this is what we care about. And all I want to see is this map. Oh, thank God. Is it really that hard? All right, there we are. There's Wystad, and that's where we want to go, to Sveg. Presumably, this is Sveg. This is Sveg Sveg whatever. Is that Sveg? That seems like it is Sveg, Sweden. All right, so given that, the question is, what's closest? What would be on our way? Can add another destination with the plus. All right, let's see it. Okay, so if on our way we go to Malmo, which is where one of these buses is going. Now what happens? Okay, well, Malmo looks like it's right next door, so that doesn't seem right. Oh, please just kill me. So instead of Malmo, what if we went to Berlin? Okay. Berlin is in the opposite direction. So that doesn't seem right. And now, lastly, Uppsala. And Uppsala is in... Uppsala is in the wrong direction. It's the closest of the three. It's not very convincing, though. Is it possible that there's a Berlin, Sweden? Not really. All right, so I guess we get on the bus to Uppsala and just head in the right general direction. Why is it so unpleasant? Why is it so frustrating? Why is it so frustrating? Okay, first of all, the air conditioner didn't come on. All right, first point of frustration is it's getting a little warm in here. Second point of frustration is having to focus on the map and the mobile app. Third point of frustration is I don't know any of these places in Sweden or where anything is. So we're just going to get on the bus to Uppsala. I mean, there is this thing on this bus that says GSV. I don't know what that means, but I don't care. So we're just going to get on a bus and we'll see what happens. 222. And if it's wrong, then the game will tell us. 222. Let's go to Uppsala. Are the letters on the side of the truck a clue? It certainly could be. We've got some theory. Let's hear it. Okay, I guess that's what it wanted. Here's 20, card 24. So we're just hopping on this bus. The trailer, it's got some weights or something. All of this is blanked out for some reason. Enter the code 24 followed by the 4 digits to open the trailer. Okay, well, we have what clearly looks like instructions for a code. XXX, and then this line here. 4-digit code. 4-digit code. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why are there 3 X's? Seems like this is all we have to go on. Went higher, lower, higher. 75 up to 11, down all the way, and then up again. Hmm. 4-digit code, huh? We've got 4 rows. Are we getting a digit from each of these? Or are we getting a digit from here? Are we ending on something that's got 3 digits to the left of it? Are we ending on this 5 with 3 X's to the left of it? Is that what's happening? So we're starting all the way on the left, and then we're going on the right. We're starting all the way on the right. We're going left, right, left, down to the 5. Is that what's happening? We're starting here. We're going left, right, left, and ending up at the 5. So like if we draw this line, do we end up going through those digits? It almost looks like it's alternating, like 0, 1, 0, 5. 0, 1, 0, 5. 0, 1, 0, 5. All right, well, that's a reasonable guess. 0, 1, 0, 5. I'm just taking that pattern, overlaying it. 0, 1, 0, 5, ending on the 5 with 3 digits to the right of it. I don't love it. I don't love that as a code. Let's see if the chat has any better ideas. I have a theory on the XXX. I don't know how it gives a combination yet. So my theory is the XXX is for these zeros at the after the 5. DJ Moneycut says, I like your theory. Corsican says, I don't have any better ideas. Okay, well, that's our new philosophy. We're going to try this theory then. I don't love it because I don't love all the zeros, but it says 24 followed by the 4 digits, which I say are 0, 1, 0, 5. Okay. No. Okay. It's not the end of the world. It's just the end of a star. What if we're not supposed to count the zeros? What if it's 5, 1, 6, 5? 5165. Yeah, because look, the far left, farthest right we ever go is on top of that third digit. The farthest left we ever go is on top of the first zero, the second digit. So what if it's like this? 5165. 5165, not starting all the way here, but starting 5165. That feels right to me. 5165. This rightmost thing hangs over the second digit here. The second digit here. 5165. I like it. I like it. All right. So 24 followed by the 4 digits. 5165. This feels right to me. Yes. Okay. All right. I like that. That's reasonable. You sneak into the trailer and wait for it to start. See card 23. All right. That's the first puzzle in this game that I haven't been angry at. Okay. 23. Here we are. You must have fallen asleep and you wake up when the truck stops again. It itches all over, your body shaking with fever. You steal a couple of cold drinks and sneak out into a city that turns out to be Stockholm. Luckily, you're close to the train station. All right, so we're not making it all the way to Sveg, but we're at Stockholm. All right, we get rid of card 24. We get rid of card 22, which is here. Okay, that's the buses. All right. Luckily, you're close to the train station. See card 25. All right, there's the train station. Warning, fungus, Boringia A. Keep your distance, wash your hands. Symptoms, call 112. The departure hall is teeming with people. You're not feeling well and your balance is off, but maybe it was just the drive. Which train are you traveling on? Enter the code 25 followed by the city name. All right, what now? We have to do the map of Sweden again to figure out which of these towns, the cities, is closest to Sveg. We know it's not Malmo, and we know it's not Uppsala. I think Uppsala is fairly close to where we've left. So can we look at this card now? Can this card now help us? Where do we see where there's Sveg right there. At least we finally found Sveg. There's Sveg. So we want to go near Sveg. And where are we? In Stockholm somewhere near Uppsala. So we want to get to one of these. Can we take the cure? Well, we can't take the cure. Why can't we? Why can't we? Let's talk about why we can't take the cure. There is no way to just put in one of these numbers. You must combine them. So what would we first of all, we don't know if that's the cure. We don't know what that is. These are some sort of formula. So yes, I think we're getting sick, but even if we wanted to drink this, we couldn't. But could we enter 1112 with symptoms? We have seen no signs that there's lots of games, puzzle games, that would hide a number in here, like call 112. But this game we've never seen that done. Oh, with the 6-pack. It's true, we do have the 6-pack. You steal a couple of cold drinks. Well, you're right. We could put this into this and drink it. That's an that's a very interesting idea. All right, why don't we do this? Why don't we take a break? You give some thought to what city on this list is closest to Sveg, and then decide whether this is a good enough cure that we should drink it. You're right, though. We could combine it with the drink and drink it. We have the laboratory sample. We know the laboratory sample was the thing that may have immunized the rats, so it wouldn't be a terrible idea to drink it. All right, well, we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll drink it. We'll see if we lose the game instantly. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Checking in with the chat. I know I got here late, but is this an actual puzzle game or just test your knowledge of Swedish geography? This thing makes mushrooms grow out of your face, and people are still walking around getting on trains. I think it's time to hide in the basement. And didn't a hydrogen bomb just go off? People are way too chill. Okay, can't disagree with any of that. We were given a nice map of Sweden. However, if we could read it better, maybe microscope would have been useful. Maybe we'd have an easier time, but I did go to ChatGPT and put in all of these cities. And I can see we've got the closest ones to Sveg are Brunflo and Sundsvall. Brunflo is leaving at 2:56. Sundsvall is 2:21, so that difference doesn't make much of a difference. Brunflo, I don't know why I marked this one. Brunflo here, 1.5 hours. So is that, can we even see it here? We're in Stockholm. There's Uppsala. I don't know. Okay. But no one has any better ideas, so we're just going to go pick that. But before we do, shall we try to dose ourselves with this serum? I'm not even sure this is an antidote, but I think we're going to try it. I think we're going to try it because why not? So let's do it. Let's drink this thing by combining 045 with 231. Now this could kill us right off the bat, but let's see what happens. 045, 231. It doesn't like it. Okay. We also have this pin we don't know what to do with. And we don't know what to do with this drink, and we don't know what to do with the dental floss. We did use this. You got me. All right, let's pick a town to go to. I claim that according to ChatGPT, Brunflo is the closest. Now, if I could find these places on a map, we could look at them and see which one, because really we don't want to, the answer wouldn't be the one that's closest to Sveg. We'd be happy to get on a train that's going further as long as it's on the way through Sveg. So we'd actually be pretty happy going on a train that goes right past Sveg. But look, here it is. That's the answer. There is Brunflo, so I see it now. So actually, Stockholm to Brunflo would be perfect for us if it goes this route. If it goes this route, it's still the best for us. So Brunflo it is. All right, how do we put in the answer? 25 followed by the city name. 25 Brunflo. Yes, it like that. We lost a star for trying to drink that medicine. DJ is still trying to figure out a way for us to get that stuff in us. A pin plus an antidote, like to prick ourselves with it. They used to do that with smallpox vaccination. Putting a pin in the vial, I just don't see how that helps us. So it doesn't even say what we want to do with it. So I don't think so. All right, we're on the right train, card 26, which tells us to get rid of our train map. All right, here we go. That's us. Policeman walks through the half-empty compartment. He wears a face mask and checks the temperature of all the passengers with an infrared thermometer. You're shivering but feel like you're boiling on the inside. What do you do? All right, now we can do something to ourselves. Now that we have ourselves, we could say to drink this. However, you're shivering, you feel like you're boiling. So our temperature is high. We've got some options here. We could stab this guy with a knife. We could try to take the serum, although how this is going to work on us in the 3 seconds before it gets to us, I don't know. Or, as the chat points out, we have cold drinks. And he's checking the temperature. I like the idea that we should use the cans of soda on our forehead to lower our temperature. I like this idea. This feels right to me. So I say we put the cold drink on our forehead because taking the serum is not going to have any effect. So it's either soda on our forehead or knife in this guy's throat. Jesse, always with the confrontational option. I'm just trying to keep our options open. I'm not saying we should stab him. I'm just saying we could stab him. All right, but we're all in agreement. We are going to use the cold drinks on ourselves. Here we go. Use the knife to trim the mushrooms. All right, 231, 262. Why do I always click this one? All right. Isn't this one better? Which one's better? This one? All right. 231, 262. Here we go. Yes. You cool your forehead enough to make the officer think something's wrong with the device and move on. All right, that was good teamwork. Card 27, which tells us to get rid of 23 and 26. All right, looks like we made it somewhere. You get off the train in Sveg and go to Mom's private address. All right, we've made it. 29 card. There's his car. You know what that means. We're going to have to identify something about that car. All right, let's see. So the door has been broken open. Oh, someone already got here. They smashed open the door that has 3 locks on it. However, it seems to still have its chain on it. So someone's still home? Maybe they just bust open the door and threw a grenade in or something. Chain is on, you can't get in. Okay, well, we know what to do here, don't we? What's this 291? 291, is it pointing to this side? What's the 291 pointing to? Just that area over there? Okay, so this is a little bit of a puzzle about how to remove these locks. So I know the answer to this, but does anyone else understand how this is going to work? Let's see. Let's see if the chat can figure out what this is, what's going on here. So I know the answer, but let's see if the chat can figure it out. How people break into hotel rooms with a string. I've never done it. That is the answer, but more specifically, does anyone have the specific procedure? Dental floss to move the chain. Yes, that's part of the solution. And what's the second piece of the solution? Here's what's going to happen. We're going to put the pin here, and then we're going to tie the dental floss from here to here. Then what happens is when the door closes, the dental floss is pulled by the pin because it can't get any longer. It pulls this security chain this way and pulls it out. So it's the dental floss tied to this, which is pinned to the door here. Right? It's pinned, and then I guess we get to pull the other end of it. So we're looping it around the pin to this. so that when we close the door, we can pull the string and it'll pull it this way. Dorian says, be safe, guys. Always use a door stopper or something extra. All right, so my claim is the first thing we do is we put the pin at 291. Where is our pin? There. All right, so my proposal is 41 to 291 happens first. 041 to 291. So we're going to put the pin in the door. You stick the drawing pin in the door. So far, so good. So we just reached in, put the pin in the door. Okay, now we're going to put the dental floss on this, 292. Okay. 062 292. You pass the floss from the chain around the pin and pull the floss when the door is almost closed. The chain falls out and you enter. Seems like it would have been easier to just smash the door open, but okay. It worked. Good work, Jesse. Know how to break into the security chain locks. YouTube is full of people talking about how to pick locks. There's whole subculture on YouTube about picking locks. Okay, and get rid of card 29. Oh, this guy's here. A man suddenly appears in the living room. I'm looking for Mom, you stammer. He looks at you skeptically. Well, that's me. What do you want? All right. Well, here he is. He wants to know what we want. I guess we're just going to give it all over to him. But is he, unless he's not Mom, because if he's not Mom, we could just go ahead and stab him. How do we know if he's Mom? Is there some way we can be sure? Hey, look at this. There's a car here too that we can interact with. Do we know anything about Mom that we could verify who he is before we give him everything we have? We were told what Mom drives. Oh, that's so good. Black Volvo. That is so cool. All right. That is so cool. All right. So you're absolutely right. We were told more about him. Good work on my part for being suspicious of him, and good work on on Dorian and DJ Moneycut remembering how we could check his identity. So we're told he's 63 years old and drives a black Volvo. This guy doesn't really look 63, and that is not a black Volvo. All right, so I guess we're just going to stab him right through the heart with our knife. All right, that's a good moment, though. That is a good moment of this game. However, should we just kill him, or do we do something else with him? I mean, all we really have is the knife. We could offer him a soda. We could ask him about his car. And it sounds like maybe we should just stab him. He's broken in, he's killed our guy or tied him up, and he's put the chain on the door. So I think I'm just going to stab this guy right in his stomach. Does anyone have any other idea before we go ahead and do this? I mean, it's a pretty big risk. Like, what if this guy's like, I just got a new car. Like, oh, I'm dead and I just never got a chance to drive my new car. That would be a hell of an ending. Right? Like, we stab him. Ah, we know you're a phony. You don't have the right car. And he's like, oh, I'll never get a chance to drive that new car I just bought. But it seems too good to pass up the chance. But what else could we do? What do you want? He says. Yeah, let's just stab him. Okay, I think the fun thing to do here is to finally do some stabby stab. All right, 044, 281. Oh, your mom? Okay, have some of this. Seems like we've done the right thing. That's pretty cool. See card 30. I said he's dead. You quickly stab the Gaia agent in the chest, and he collapses on the floor in a pool of blood, screaming for help. Where's Mom? You shout, but he doesn't answer. All right. Thank God he didn't say I'll never get to drive my new car. 31 also comes out. There's a note and a car key in the Gaia agent's back pocket. All right, that was pretty fun. All right, so he's got secure locations and he's circled GBP. Maybe that's where he's keeping Mom. 14, 16, and 28 get rid of. So we don't need the map anymore. We don't need that, and we don't need that. All right, that was pretty fun. We've got the key to use with the car. And then we've got information. Left, left, right, and then some other stuff here. This looks like it's an unfolded die. So like if you unfold a die, you've got a 1. Although I don't know what this 4 is doing here. I was going to say there's the 6 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Anyway, let's not get carried away. We can't do anything with these locations yet. It's probably going to ask us where we want to drive. But it seems to me that the next thing for us to do is just get in the car, right? We can't search the house. There's nothing else to do. We're just going to get in the car and try to find where they've left him. So 271 and 311. I don't see anything else for us to do yet. Oh, you let me know before I do this if you think we should be doing something else. So we're putting the key in the car and we're going to drive away. The car can be opened with the key. See card 32. Aha, there's that thing there. So get rid of card 30, which is the dead body. The agent's car. Enter the code 32, followed by the 4 digits to access the car's navigation system. So we need to unlock it. And that seems like it's going to be this code here. So all right, well, it doesn't say 4 digits. Okay, so if you were to guess right, this be digit 1, digit 2, digit 3, digit 4. So if that is the cross formed here, it's 5941. So my claim is that the code is 5941. 5941, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. Any disagreement about that? Now there is this thing up here, but I think that's just an extra little clue. 4 digits. There's the 5, there's the 9, there's the 4, there's the 1. And then LL, I think these are going to be for other things. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to try 5941. That seems like a reasonable guess to me. If it's wrong, we'll do our thing and we'll work on a separate possibility. So 32, 5941. If it's wrong, we'll go to our second best. Yes, okay. Card 33. So we've unlocked the nav system. Now we're going to have to decide where to go. You open the navigation software and find a list of 9 saved locations. Enter the code 33 followed by 3 letters for where you're traveling to. So it seems like we should be trying to get to GBP, but GBP isn't on here. Left, left, right, left, right. Secure locations. We can't pick those. Please tell me these aren't abbreviations for towns in Sweden. No, surely not. These seem like they almost seem like these are countries like Japan, Great Britain, Czechoslovakia, Canada. LLR. It feels like shift left, shift left, shift right, shift left, shift right. Are these in code like GBP? Are we looking for something that's similarly offset? C, D, E, F, C, D, E, F, G, C, D, E, F. If it's the same. J, F, G, L, M, N, O, C, D, E, F. So is this one here? Is this one here the same distance? P, K, X, G, B, P. The difference here is -5. C, D, E, F, G, -5. And then P and K is L, M, N, O, P. So this is also -5 distance. And then between here and here's P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X. That's an 8. And then G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, Q from P to X. P Q R S T U V W X is 8. From G H I J K L M N O. It's almost, but not. I thought maybe we were just going to be looking at a little shift of the same letters, but it doesn't quite map. Okay, there's some talk about spoiler in the channel, in the chat, so I'm not going to look at it yet. But I'm okay with a little bit of a teamwork thing here, but let's just see here. Let's keep looking at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's not something as simple as that. L, L, R, L, R. I see R's and L's. All right, let's look at this. Open the nav software, 9 saved locations. Which letter do we want? Okay, let me look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it could be as simple as the fourth one down, if these are mapped to these. And then we'd be looking at this one. All right, let's look and see what the chat has figured out. Card 31 are currencies. Well, that is what I said. I said they do seem like currencies. So, Great British pounds. So, but what are these then? If this is the Canadian dollars, Japanese yen, Great British pounds, then how would we map this up to these? Great British pounds are these countries or cities: Oslo, Warsaw, Mexico. I'm not sure how you would map what Great British pounds go here, unless these are, well, let's see what the chat figured out. Just the currency part and the airport codes. Okay, so I was on the right track, but LHR is London Heathrow. So I think that's our answer, LHR, Great British Pound to London Heathrow. So I think the answer is LHR. LHR is going to be London Heathrow. I mean, I don't know that that's the code for London Heathrow, but it seems like it's likely to be that. Anyone disagree with that? Cute. Requires a little bit of outside knowledge, but it seems right. All right, so unless someone's going to stop me and tell me that's not London Heathrow, we're going to go ahead and put this in. Jamie says, my whole family is travel agents. I had to memorize airport codes 3 times. Okay. All right, so we want the code 33. followed by where we're traveling, which is LHR for London Heathrow, which matches our Great British Pounds. All right, good teamwork. You're traveling towards the address that was stored as LHR, see card 34. Okay, good teamwork. All right, we can get rid of card 33, and we've showed up at a house. You arrive at an abandoned house in the middle of the forest. The door is locked, and we're told to get card 35. Okay, it's a little like real estate key box. There's a key inside if you know the code. Enter the code 35 followed by the combination to open the key box. And here we can see where each digit is. This looks like it's going to be the left, right, left, right, left, right, doesn't it? Left, left, right, left, right. So we've got 5 digits, 1, 2, 3, and 5 rows. So it's going to be 1, 2, 8, 4, 0. 1, 2, 8, 4, 0. 1, 2, 8, 4, 0. Any disagreement with that? 1, 2, 8, 0. Starting with 35. Right? So 1 for each row, left number, right number, left number, right number. 1, 2, 8, 4, 0. Start with 35. 1, 2, 8, 4, 0. Okay, unless there's an objection. The key box opens and you find a key to unlock the house. Get card 36. All right, here we go. We're in the house. I feel like the pace is picking up here. It's a safe house. Someone got killed here. Has Mom been tortured here? This must be one of the Gaia agents' hideouts. Got a big safe, a painting on the wall, a trash can, a stove, and a whole bunch of blood. All right, so card 37, card 39, and card 41. 37, 39, 41, and also 40. We have yet to miss numbers in this game. It is interesting. Some games rely on really hiding numbers from you, but not really this game. 31, 35. 31 we're losing, and 35 we're losing. Okay, we still have a whole bunch of cards, including our sniper rifle manuals. All right, let's see what new cards we've got here. All right. 37. Oh, someone's finger. Yuck. There is a severed finger on the chopping board and the blood is smeared all over. A roll of gaffer tape has been left behind. All right, so we've got some tape and they've tortured this guy. Cut off his finger, in fact, and left it right here. Pretty gruesome. Is there some symbols on this board? Like, what is this? What is this? It's a little weird, don't you think? Some little ritual or something? All right, and we now have access to tape. Next up, we have a painting on the wall. An abstract painting, which sure looks like it's a bunch of numbers and letters. We've got a 0, a 1, a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have a 0 through 9, and then an M, and an N, and an A. We have 0. I'm just going to write this down so I don't forget. We have 0 through 9, MAN. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so that's how I account for those 13 things on there. And then we have 4 little bloody dots. 1, 2, 3, 4. But wait, is there another? Actually, there's something else, isn't there? Like there's a this and there's this. So I think that's a T. I think there's actually 14 symbols, and there's the 1, and this is a T of some sort. And then there's blood that seems to be connecting pairs, like the 8 and the N, the T and the 7, and the 1 and the A. That's how I see it. 7T, 8N, and then 1A. And M2, 2M. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4 pairs of numbers, 1A, T7, M2, and 8N. I like that. If you, well, you wouldn't use this, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, so let's just put this aside for now, but that's pretty fun. All right, and now we also have the safe. There's the safe. Aha, now what do you notice here? We spotted M-A-N-T-A, M-A-N-T-A. So that's going to be it, right? The code here is going to be 21871. 21871, or Manta. 21871. That's pretty fun. All right, so I think we know how to get in here. And we should probably do that quite soon and get whatever weapon we can get, or a body could be in here. All right, and then lastly, in the trash is this. Looks like maybe some scraps of paper and a switched off phone are under the bag in the trash can. The phone has traces of blood on it, 30% power. Someone must have hidden it away recently. Enter the code 39 followed by the pattern. So it looks like we're probably going to have to visualize this pattern. I think maybe what we'll do, this would be a good case for us to scan this and cut it up rather than try to figure it out. But maybe it's easy enough that we could figure it out. We'll worry about that in a minute. Let's do this first. Okay, that's kind of fun, actually. Let's put in this code. So it wants 41 plus the code, which I claim is 21871. 21871. You open the weapons cabinet, see card 42. Right? There's our sniper rifle. That's what we've been waiting for. I don't know who we're going to assassinate, but we're assassinating someone. In the weapons cabinet, you find a sniper rifle with night vision scope, a wind gauge, and ammunition. All right. Getting rid of the safe card and the numbers. And this card itself has some hidden numbers, 43 and 44. One of these is going to tell us how fast the ammunition goes, because we need that for our, or not, it's a map. Aha. A map of the forest with your current location position marked on it. Where have they taken Malm? Enter the code 44 followed by the coordinates of where you think they are. Okay, pretty cool. So there's our current location, and somehow through the rest of this puzzle and phone, we're going to get a grid coordinate to go to. All right, so before we work on that, we need to solve this puzzle, and let's not forget we have tape. All right, now it seems like we have to put this together, but I think the best way to do this is to scan and cut it out rather than struggle with it otherwise. So why don't we take our 8-minute break a little bit early. We'll come back, we'll solve this puzzle, and we'll play for an hour and a half or so. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes. I have printed out on a large paper a scan of this card, and now I've cut it out, and now we're going to assemble it just as if it was a jigsaw puzzle. Looks like we've got corners. Let's make ourselves some workspace here. So looks like 4 corners. This looks like it's probably a 3, so maybe it's up here in this corner. Then we've got edges. What should we be looking for? Doesn't look right. It doesn't look right either, does it? Let's do it that way. Okay, that's right. It's easier to do work on the ones where the lettering is on it. Maybe, but probably not. This looks like it's actually maybe here, and this looks like it might be there. This is, depends what you want to read. Not much, not much room for there to be much more than this. These are clearly right. I'm not 100% sure about this one. Looks right though. Hmm. Surely that's right. Where's our card here? Okay. All right, this certainly looks like it goes. Just move this the other way. So what did I do? Okay, that's definitely going to be that. So if this is this, might we have... How can this feels right to me. Which means that either this is wrong or we have partials. Do we have partials? Like this feels like it's 683. And that we're not going to have an enclosed square. Let's see if we can put together some partial stuff here. This feels like it's right. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, maybe this is just wrong as much as it looks like it's correct. Is it possible? I don't want to lose this. All right, what have I done? Have I already lost it? So we're looking for a pattern to open the phone. Okay, this is not right. This is not right. That could be right. 5, 3. Okay, so maybe this is wrong. Seems like we could get a thing here. 5, 3. And Okay. There we go. So LAB3 5342. 5342. 5342. And then what looks like LAB3. LAB3. So I think it's two separate puzzles. I think the code we want is 5342. But then the LAB3 is written in blood and is something else. Lab 3. Okay, so I think we're calling this number though, right? 5342. So let's do that. 39 followed by the pattern to open up. All right, does anyone disagree that we're doing 39 and then 5342? Remember that our separate puzzle is to enter the coordinates. But I think we're getting the coordinates from this phone call. Okay, sounds right. 5342. Here we go. 39 5342. No. $39 5342. It doesn't want that. Well, clearly this is the reconstruction. Clearly those numbers are 5342. 39 followed by a pattern. So what does it want from us? Okay, there's the phone. There's these. If you flip it upside down, you don't get numbers. It does say, intriguingly, followed by the pattern to open the phone. Not the digits, the pattern to open the phone. You think it's this pattern? So there's the cutting board like that with the finger pointing one way. I mean, if you look at the 5, the 3, the 4, and the 2, if they're in an order 5, 3, 4, and 2, it's these numbers here. I'm not sure how we can put them onto this. Maybe this is for a different puzzle, but it's on the back of this card. But yes, you're right. It's possible that this is a swipe pattern. Okay, so if we take more seriously the idea that this is a swipe pattern, how would you read this? Like 1, 2, would you read it like here, 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 here? Like, is this the first digit you start at, then you go up to here, then you go to here, then you go to here? Or do you start here and go this way? Start where finger is pointing. So what do you think that is? 4, 2, 6, 8? Or is this the phone like this? I mean, it is. So do you think it's 4, 2, 6, 8? 4, 2, 6, 8? 4, 2, 6, 8? Or isn't it just as likely that it's 7, 5, 9, 0? Four, 2, 6, 8 seems reasonable to me. It does seem like this is a finger pattern. Start at the finger. Dorian says, I was thinking 9317. 9317. I don't see how you got that. You're just saying you want to orient it this way. Maybe the finger is orienting up. It can be anything. Come on, guys. Come on. All right. We have to embrace this. This is our new approach to this kind of game. It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's not a bug that there are a dozen potentially reasonable ways to decode it. It's a feature. The feature is for us to decide which one is most likely. So let's think. You could say it's an aspect ratio of the phone, so we should hold it up at the same orientation with the finger pointing to the first digit. If we did that, then what have we got? 2, 6, 8, 4, or 5907, or it goes in the other direction, 7095, or it goes 4862. So there's 4 potentially reasonable choices if we think this is right side up. Should we think that's right side up, or should we think that you just face it the way you would face it naturally if you're approaching the counter? Well, then we've got 4 more answers. The 4 more answers is if we take the diamond starting at the 8 to the 4, or if we start at the 0 to the 7, or we go in the opposite direction. This is ridiculous. This is totally ridiculous. All right, but we're embracing it. So if we angle it like the phone, it's still broken because the finger is not pointing straight up. Should we use the knife as our pointing up? Is there writing on the knife that we should care about? Okay, it's not a bug, it's a feature. I just have to keep convincing myself of that, because if I don't, I'm gonna get angry at how terrible an idea this is to have so many ambiguous solutions. So it's not a bug, it's a feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's not a bug, it's a feature. It's a feature that there are dozens of reasonable answers, because then we have to ask ourselves, how can we rank them? How can we rank them? Okay, let's embrace it. All right, let's do one thing at a time. Let's look at this and decide which order these things are going around the circle. Let's do that first. Let's do this first. Is this going clockwise or counterclockwise? Let's look at it. We see little swipes. All right, so what's happening? You're putting your finger on this and you're dragging it this way, right? It has to be that we're starting here and dragging and dragging and dragging. Or counterclockwise. What's the logic of this? Forget about upside down, right side up. Let's just deal with one thing at a time. What is the order of dragging this? They're making a pattern. It's movement pattern. That's the idea. Now the question is, we need to figure out what is more likely. Are you starting here, whatever the orientation is, are you starting here and then going this way? Or are you starting here and going this way? Counterclockwise because the blood soaks more on the bottom right. I don't see how you know that the blood soaks more on the bottom right. Seems to me the clue is really this comet tail going from the center out. But it does seem like that maybe this is the end of the pattern. Like you're dragging, but then you're not dragging. All right, so let's say you start here. So we're going to say you go clockwise, but then now how do we orient those dots on the phone? Chat is just going off. Different theories, different directions. Thinner lines first. Okay. Let's take a hint, because this is stupid. Did you spot the hidden number 3739? Okay, so we just got penalized for something we already know. Maybe this is mom's phone. Someone has tried to draw something in blood on the chopping board. Okay, we just got penalized for taking that hint that we already know. If you imagine the finger is in the center, a diamond has been drawn around it, a bit like 4268 on the keypad phone. Enter the code 39 followed by 4268. Okay. So the last hint just gave us the answer. So we knew everything up until the last hint, and then it just gave us the answer. Okay, let's see if we can understand what it's trying to decide to tell us. It's said that the answer is 4268. So if you oriented it this way, you could never get the answer. If you oriented it this way, and you decided that you should hold the cutting board this way and the phone this way, and you decided that it's going clockwise, and you decided that this is the 4 and not the 7, then you'd get 4, 2, 6, 8. So you have to decide that the finger isn't pointing up and the knife's not really pointing up either. And you have to decide that the cutting board is perpendicular to the orientation of the phone. And you have to decide that it's going clockwise. And you have to decide that this is oriented towards the top of the phone. This is the 2. This is just, I do not understand how. Think of the work that has to get put into making this puzzle. You've got to have the art drawn of the phone. You've got to have the art done of this. How does it get into print? How does someone not object to this? I do not understand. The board is how it would be if you walked up to it. It's true. This is the orientation of the board if you walked up to it. I do not understand how no one says that there are 24 viable solutions to this puzzle, and you have to do better at giving one of them. And how does someone not do a better job at the hints? It just blows my mind. It blows my mind that this puzzle gets past this stage and gets finalized here. It's infuriating. It's just so ridiculous. It's so insane. It just blows my mind. Honestly, might be the worst one yet, says Corsica. Okay. Well, It's done. It's done. It's done. Moving along. Moving along. We unlocked the phone. See card 38. Somehow we took all the hints and we still got a star. Okay. The phone's unlocked and you notice a recent route in a hiking app. This must be Mom's phone. All right. We don't need this anymore. Lab 3, I don't think. Let me just move it out of the way. I mean, we'll need lab 3, but we've got it written down. All right, so let's see what we've got here. We've got our sniper rifle ready to fire, and now it looks like we're trying to solve this. So north is north. North is north. There's our dot. Let's try to get our north aligned right. Okay, so this looks like it's 2 kilometer here. We're gonna have to measure it, but it looks like northeast. All right, let's go through the trouble of doing this. I was hoping that would be a little easier, but okay. There's 2. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, so the distance between these two is 7.9 or so. Or you could call it, yes, 8. So now let's reline up our norths. Okay. So we're looking for a distance of 8. That's northeast. So not quite 8. So probably here. Or if we're a little bit rotated this way, but we're not, that would be here. North, north. Looks like it's smack here to me. Could even overlay it, right? There's the dot. Oh, but we have to readjust for scale. Okay. So we know it's 8 kilometers away, but now we're told that this is 5 kilometers, a little less than 8. So actually, what we want is a distance of, there's 5, and then I guess it's this way. It means 10. So our 8 is actually about here. So on this map now, we want to go 8 northeast, which still brings us here. What a weird puzzle. I still get the same exact grid location. I still get the same grid location. Unless you think, no, it's 2 kilometers here. I mean, it's almost the same, 2 to 2. 2 looks like it almost goes in the same, you know, this is a little bit bigger. I could put us in this, could put us here. Let's see, if we go there, and we rotate, depending on if it's this angle or a little bit more this way. Not really, though. You'd have to be all the way up this way to get into here. Anything short of that angle would get us down into the water. Why would they do that? It's a recent route. How are we supposed to know whether they went this way or this way? Is it because this puts us in water? So it must be the other direction? That's an interesting idea. If we can't assume from this whether they were going from here to here or here to here, there's north. And if this puts us here, and clearly they couldn't have walked through water, then they had to be going this way. That's a fun idea. And then 8 miles this way would get us here, unless it's a tiny bit of an angle that's ambiguous. It looks like it's 45 degrees to me. Like there's north, that looks like 45 degrees. So 45 degrees would put us right in here. I like this idea. This is where I think we are. 45 degrees gets us there. Okay, I like this idea. All right, does anyone think it's not B4? Now it does say lab 3, but I don't think there's a way to get in there. I think it's B4. Okay, so I get grid B4. Anyone want to disagree with that? It follows a trail mostly. Yes, that's a good point. Okay, we're going to give it a try. So we're going to put in 44B4. Please don't say it's wrong, because I don't think I have the reserve capacity in the tank for more frustration. All right, card 45. Oh, we got that right. All right, and now we can get rid of 43, 44, 38, and 34. All right, what have we got here? What is this? It's a wind measurement device, isn't it? You find the entrance to a locked bunker, but there's no sign of Malm or any Gaia agents. You hide a good distance to the north and lie in wait. You also measure the wind speed. What is a device that measures wind speed called? Usually you've seen it. It's like a little, looks like a little fan, but the wind blows through the fan and spins the rotor. So it's like a little hollow thing with a fan in it that gets spun by the wind, but there's got to be a name for it. I just don't know. Okay, here we are. We're now catching a wind of 10 meters per second southwest. All right, it says grab card 46. Oh, there we go. We're seeing someone through our sniper rifle. It's pretty cool. After dark, there's sudden activity in front of the bunker. You decide to shoot the Gaia agent who's threatening a man who must be Malm. Enter the code 46, followed by the number of lines you compensate for crosswinds. Zoom is set to 25 magnification on the night scope. It's called an animeter, says the chat. Animeter. Okay. All right. So it's our math problem we've been waiting for. And at least the tension is high. Like, we're going to fire this bullet, compensate for the wind. If we're wrong, we're gonna lose our guy. So we need to have this one shot work. Okay, so you find the entrance, you hide a good distance to the north and wait. So we don't know how far we are, but we see that we're 25 magnification. All right, so here's our little math puzzle. Let's work on it. At least it's a highly motivated one. All right, let's figure it all out. We have 2 pages here. I wouldn't have minded if these were on this different card, so we wouldn't have to keep flipping it, but all right. Let's start like... You hide a good distance to the north. So it sounds like we're directly north. But, all right, let's leave that for a second. Our zoom is set to 25 magnification, so we're on this column here. Let's see if we can't do this one thing at a time. We're at this column here. And I think it's saying if the height of the person is 6 clicks, then here's far away we are. So I think what we do is we look at the height of this person who's 4 to -5. So this person is a height of 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, or 10. This is a 6. Okay. So this person is a height of 10. This person is a height of 10 clicks. This is how I am gathering this. And then I think what we're being told is if this person is a height of 10 clicks at 25 magnification, they're 500 meters away. So our distance to target is 500 meters. That's our first calculation. And that is, we're done with this side. Okay, now we're 500 meters away. Now we have to compensate for wind. Now let's put our mark. We are told that we went north of the spot. So we are aiming this way. That's us. We're 500 meters from our target, who's dead south of us. Now, there's us. We went to the north. We walked north. We lied in wait. Now we're aiming at a person that's 500 meters away, directly south of us. The wind is blowing 10 meters per second, north, south, west, east. It's blowing southwest. That's our wind. Okay. So wind is blowing this way. So you know we're going to end up aiming this way to compensate for the wind that's going to blow our bullet this way. The only question now is how much? Okay. So let's see if we understand this. I think what this is saying is crosswind. This is saying the direct amount of wind that's going directly, in our case, west or east. It's measured in terms of southwest. We've got a combination. This wind is going 10 meters per second this direction, but we're going to have to break that into two components. The component blowing crosswise and the component blowing downstream. That's what we want to break this wind into two components, the westerly component and the southern component. Okay, so before we get to this, we need to deal with this. Okay, so if we're the shooter and we're going for the target, I think, yeah, okay. So if the wind was blowing directly crosswind, it would be 100% contribution, but it's blowing directly at a 45-degree angle, so 75%. So instead of our 10 meters per second, we're looking at 7.5 meters per second crosswind. That's our second piece of our puzzle. 500-meter distance, 7.5 meters per second crosswind, which passes a sanity check. It's not going to be as high as 10 miles an hour because we've just got one component of it. Now that we know we've got a 7.5 meter per second crosswind at 500-meter distance, we're right between these two, which gives us a 3. So this third component here is a 3-click correction. All right, now we are facing, where's our little picture? Okay, so here's our picture. We're here. We want a 3. The wind is blowing this way. There's our southern wind. So we're going to have to aim this way. This is our aim to get corrected for the wind that's blowing this way. So if we're looking down this sight, then we're looking this way, down this sight, and we want to aim to the left. Three clicks. 3 clicks from his center of mass. Let's make sure we understand that. We've gone north, so we're aiming this way with north at the top. The wind is blowing this way, so we have to compensate. But looking down this sniper rifle is us looking this way, right? We're looking south. There's our south. We're looking south. The wind is blowing this way. We need to compensate by aiming to our left. So I think we take our center of mass here, wherever it is, like here, and we want to aim 3 clicks. 1, 2, 3. So we actually want to aim here, is how I see it. But the chat is telling me a little correction about when wind direction is given, they mean which direction it's coming from. That's a very good point. I used to plan bike rides with my wife, and I could never wrap my head around that. So you're saying southwest is where the wind is coming from, not going. So it's just a little bit to the opposite. So the wind isn't blowing southwest, it's coming from the southwest and blowing this way. Tricky, but I think you're right. So if the wind is blowing this way, we don't care about the component. We're not worried about drop or components. We're only worried about blowing this way. So if the wind is blowing our bullet to the right, the wind blowing this way, we want to aim this way. So when we look down the barrel of our sniper rifle, we need to be compensating by aiming to the right. So if there's his center of mass, we're going to go 3 clicks to the right of him. 1, 2, 3. Or I guess 1, 2, 3. So it looks to me like the 4 or a little bit higher, but not 5, because 5 would just scratch him right here. So this is our better shot here. 1, 2, 3 clicks to the right. So I claim we compensate. So I say we go 46, 4, or the number of lines, I guess 46, 3 then. It's not the number of lines you compensate. I guess we only care about this. It's only asking us this, right? It's only asking us 3. The way we got the 3, it's not even asking us which direction to move, which is unfortunate, but okay. The reason we got the 3 is we calculated that the 10 meters per second wind is actually a 7.5 crosswind. We got with that. And then the 7.5 crosswind is what we looked for here. It's right in the middle at a 500 range is our 3. So 3 clicks. Does anyone disagree with the 3-click modification? I wish this was asking which direction, but it's being a little forgiving. All right. There's a bunch of different chat here. I guess it doesn't really matter, southwest, north, whatever direction it's coming from. It's not asking for that. It's just asking for our calculation. All right. Does anyone want to disagree with this before I put in this answer? So I claim it's 46, 3. Not asking us where to aim. It's just saying how many clicks do you want to move just for the wind? I feel pretty good about 3. The chat is not saying anything. So here we go. We're just going to try it. If we miss, I'm going to blame everyone else. Okay, we didn't miss. You hit the agent right in the chest and he drops dead. All right, good work. All right. I mean, I enjoyed that. I enjoyed the tension of it. And that's what you call motivated math. I'll bet if you taught that to some kids in school, they might appreciate the motivation of that. Always some math in these 50 clues games. Okay. 47. Through the night vision scope, you see Mom fleeing in terror through the door leading into the underground complex. You feel sick, but decide to find the bunker. You must deliver the material to Mom, regardless that you are probably fatally ill. With a bit of luck, you won't be contagious yet. All right, so we're used to this little, as we get to the end, more and more cards disappear. So 10 goes away. 11 goes away. 45, 42, and 46. All gone. But these cards are still available to us. Although hopefully we won't need many of them other than the cure. No other hidden cards coming out. It just tells us to get 49 and 50. All right, we are almost done. We are approaching the end game here. All right, here's card 49. You stagger around in the darkness of the forest to find your way down to the bunker where Mom has entrenched himself. The fever is intensified further, but the sample and memory card must be handed over. Where do you end up? Okay, so here's that, and here's that. All right, and look at this background is like our brain, our eyes are becoming infected. All right, and then 50 is more of the same. So we actually had some interesting puzzle at some point where we have lots of cards that combine to give us a path, but what we've got here is lots of routes, and I guess we're trying to pick the one path, one of these 3. That's all we're trying to do is choose one of these 3. And we start here. What's the idea? Is the idea that we should be stagger around the forest? You stagger around in the darkness. Where do you end up? Do we just... I guess we're just meant to follow our route. So like, do we go here and then... What's the idea? I think, where do we end up? All right, we're not trying to find a good place to end up. We're just trying to answer the question of where we end up. So I think the idea is that we're trying to see, okay, if we go here with our arrows, then this is the next path. This seems like where we would go next, but the only other option would be that or that. But okay, let's try to do it that shows where we go next. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. I mean, surely we're not just putting it arbitrarily, and surely I'm not having to figure out where it goes on another card. I mean, surely it's not letting me, doesn't want me to arbitrarily line it up with paths. Like, surely it doesn't want me to do something like this. That one's the one that looks like it, but this doesn't connect. Does that matter? Does it want me to do this? Here we go again. You think maybe we use these to align it? So I thought it looked like this was the most likely, but the dark lines don't line up, neither do these. Should they? Like you can't possibly need me to connect this with remembering what this looks like. I mean, if we scanned it, we'd be able to do it, but like, is this line continuing this line? What are the rules? These lines do look like they're square. Like, is that all a grid? They are all square. So does that mean we should be angling these like this when we try to connect this? Because we want these lines to always be square? Should they be overlapping? This is just... Okay, relax. Maybe the edges of the cards won't match, but the lines will. Why the cards would overlap? I do like that idea. These dark lines look like they're all perpendicular. So this seems like the right orientation. Okay, let's assume that I'm never going to try to go off this card onto the back of the same card, because that would be too frustrating. So now let's try to get these grids aligned. Perpendicular, but they could still go this way or this way. But we only care about this line. We're only trying to find where we're going. Do these things line up too? Like there's 4. Does that look like this? No. Are we meant to overlap these? Or is that allowed? Like, to get these perpendicular... This is such nonsense. You can see there's a little bit of a line here. So should we be looking for something like this? Or like this? Like, is that this square? Okay. What happens if we click hint? See cards 49 and 50. You started the red arrow, follow the line until it stops at one of the other ends. The cards have two sides and can overlap, so you can see how it all fits together. Okay, next hint. Use the guides to determine how it fits together. Oh, okay, next hint. Now it's going to give us the answer. The solution is 493. I don't know what to tell you guys. I apologize, but it's just, it's too much. It's too much. I mean, I can see actually looking at this that these symbols are the same, but that's because this card is the same. The background on this art is the same. So that's not relevant. You can't just line up these four with these four. This background is generic. I don't... All right, we'll save our commentary for the end. See card 48. All right, it says to get rid of these two cards, which I will gratefully do. Finally, after a long and exhausting walk through the forest, no kidding, you reach the locked door to the underground complex. Enter the code 48, followed by 4 digits to open the door to the bunker. Okay, so this is no doubt this, right? 5, 3, 4, 2. That's going to be our code to the bunker, and you can see it even looks like this sort of coloring and stuff. $48, 5, 3, 4, 2. Okay. Well, so here we have this 5, 3, 4, 2, lab 3. So it seemed like that was a natural thing to use, but it's not the right answer. So what is the right answer? Let's read this card again. After a long and exhausting walk, we reach the locked door to the underground complex. Enter the code 48, followed by the 4 digits to the bunker. Here are all the cards we have. These are the cards we have access to. So we don't really have anything else. We haven't used this yet. Code 48 followed by 4 digits to open the door, and it sure looks like this. Any secret number we haven't noticed? Well, I mean, there is some weirdness going on here. The L is on top of the 5, the A is on top of the 3. The B is on top of the 4, the 3 is on top of the 2. It says lab 3, 5, 3, 4, 2. I've typed it in correctly, haven't I? 48, 5, 3, 4, 2. 48 followed by the 4 digits. And it can't be upside down because that would give us a weird H here. We do want a 4-digit answer. The 3 looks wrong. You're right. The 3 does look a little wrong. But like you would think it would be colored in here. But this has to be the way it assembles, right? This has to be the way it assembles. Don't you think? It would be insane for it to assemble in a different way. I just don't see how. I want to see the card with mom's info here. Let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll try to figure it out. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Somehow we have 23 viewers. I'm not sure how. It's 3:46 a.m. here in the United States Central Standard Time. We've been playing for almost 5 hours. And we are just about at the end of this case. In fact, this could be it here. And we're a bit stumped. We have this reassembled message, which has not been used yet. It feels convincingly like we've decoded it. And now we've approached a door that wants a code. I mean, I guess they're all this dark green, but it feels like it should take this code. But it doesn't want it. We've double checked it. 485342, 485342. It's not right. We don't have too many other cards that could be used to generate the code. I suppose we've already used these numbers, and the numbers we're looking at scrambled up here are numbers that were found in a trash can. There's not much else for us to do, and not much else that could be used to generate a code. So let's look at our possibilities. We know it's 4 digits. We do have 4 digits, but we also have 4 letters, which we don't know the significance for. It could be, let's think of our possibilities. It could be that somehow this has been assembled into something that looks like it's got to be right. I mean, we played with this. You saw it was not easy to reassemble this. So I don't see how this could be reassembled differently. I really don't. But it is true that this 3 is weird. Like, why is there not why is this not colored in? All the others are not using diagonals. Why is this one? Why is this 3 so weird? Is it possible that it's something else? It seems very, very unlikely. Seems incredibly unlikely given the angles of these. I just don't see how it could be. I just don't see how it could be, but the only thing I see, yeah, no, this is this. It must just be the case that well, what's going on here with this? What is that? The only card that I've had to overlap substantially. Where is this coming from? It's here. So this actually should not be here. Okay. So there's no overlap. This is the only way this puzzle is going to get together. Now, so what's our options? Let's take another look at everything. Anything jump out at you here as being weird? Not really. We don't think this could be turned around, right? Because we don't get letters. We don't get numbers if we turn it around. And we zoom in on the door. Oh, that's an interesting point. We do have a door here. Huh, that's an interesting idea. I think you figured it out. I think you figured it out. Well done. It's this other card that's the door. You can see the circles go from small to big. That's very smart. Okay, well done. So it was on a card that we weren't quite sure was relevant, but here you have it. It looks like it's going 9130 to me. 9130. All right. That's good work, DJ Moneycut. Clever. Starting from smallest to largest, 9130. All right, well done. Well done. All right, let's give it a try. So 48 and 9130. All right, we only lost 1 star for that. That was very good work. Very good. Very impressive deductive work. All right. And that's a good little lesson for future. Like, these things looked like they're obvious, but we did have another card that was the door that we're zoomed up on. That's sneaky. Sneaky, but completely fair. All right, now it says we should get card 51. Ah, okay, here we are. Now, finally, we've got lab 3. All right, it says get rid of cards 47 and 48. All right, we're in for the finale here now. You walk through the dark corridors unsteadily, calling out for Mom. He doesn't reply. You arrive at a locked laboratory. Enter the code 51, followed by the 4 digits to open the door. So this is a weird situation because it's sort of like we've been trying to use this 4-digit code. Now we finally got a place to use it. It's not really a puzzle. The puzzle was just that this was a distractor for most of the game. All right, 51 followed by the 4 digits. So surely 51, and we can finally type in 5342. Finally, see card 52. Okay, so we are approaching the end game here. 39 and 51 go away. And we've got a little room. Surely we're done with that now. The laboratory looks very tidy. A machine has been wrapped in plastic. Okay. So we've got a machine wrapped in plastic that we can interact with. And we've got a hidden number 53, which is disinfectant spray. Okay, well, we've got our hand, we've got the spray bottle, we've got the machine, and we've got the tube of green stuff. There's only 1 more card left. That's pretty odd. I think we're done with this stuff. So I think we're basically to this. These are really the only conceivable things we could interact with. I mean, you could interact with this stuff, but I think we've already used that to put him to sleep. So the question is, what do we do now with these? We've got machine. We've got disinfectant spray. We've got our hand, and we've got this tube. And we've got one more card in the entire deck. Doesn't feel like there it feels like there should be one more card left. Feels like there should be more than one more card left. So that's weird. I'm very curious to hear what the group thinks. Knife open the plastic. Did we keep the knife? Yeah, we still got the knife. We still have the knife. You want to cup the plastic off the machine? Seems reasonable. We need to reveal the machine, so we should open it up. All right, let's try it. It's weird. It's a little weird what's happening here, but let's try to cut the plastic off the machine. So with our knife, 521. Nope. That's not what it wants, and we just lost a point for trying that. All right. What else you got? Doesn't want us to try to unwrap the machine for some reason. Hand and plastic. Okay, I like this idea. Let's use our hand to take off the plastic. 532 and 521. Do we disinfect our hands first? This is so weird because each time we do something that it doesn't like, it takes away a point from us. Should we disinfect our hands first before touching this stuff? Seems like we should, shouldn't we? But I don't know if that's what it wants. All right, we're just going to grab the plastic. We're not going to touch the machine. So I'm just going to use my hands to grab the plastic. 532, 521. Is it empty? It says a disinfectant spray, so it doesn't say it's empty. You need to clean the sample on the memory card first. I guess it wants to... What have I even done? It wants us to spray the memory card. But... the hint is clearly telling us to spray the memory card and the sample. But we haven't met Malm. I have a feeling, I feel like it's going to tell us that, like he's going to tell us that. Is there other stuff we should be doing now with this machine? I don't understand how there's only one card left. But I don't know what else to do. Yeah, really soak down the memory card with alcohol. That doesn't seem... It seems like that could risk destroying all of the stuff. This is very weird. This is very weird. Well, we could certainly... Let's do the sample first. 0.45. You spray disinfectant on both the memory card and the sample, ensuring mom is less likely to be infected. Okay. We've done that, and we got 3 stars for it. And we haven't been instructed to do anything else. All right. And we've sprayed both the memory card and the sample, even though I said just to do the sample. All right, now what? The game's not over yet. Have we tried spraying ourselves? Spraying the machine? Let's take a look at this plastic cover. It's tidy. It's machine wrapped in plastic, but it doesn't want us to take off the plastic. We tried using our hands on it. We tried using a knife on it. It doesn't want it. Is mom hiding in here? Spray our hands, says Jamie. Hand and plastic. Well, what's it gonna be? Let me try spraying my hand first. And just spray every fucking thing. All right, let me spray my hands. There's no harm spraying disinfectant on your body, but you'll still be infected when mom finds you later. We got 5 stars for that. Okay. We sprayed our hand, and now I think we tried to do our hand and the plastic. But didn't really say we had to do something first, so I'm not sure this is what it wants. Let's see. Yes, okay. All right, so we sprayed our hand, we sprayed everything else, and now we're opening the plastic. Why it didn't want us to open the plastic first? Just because we were thinking ahead to infecting mom? That's very weird, but okay. Here we go, last card. Oh, here he is. He's dead in here. Okay. All right, 18, 36, 37, and 53. So we're done with the disinfectant. 18, 36, 37, and 53. Okay, let's take a closer look at this card now. With some difficulty, you pull the tarpaulin over you. This is not exactly how you imagined it would end. What? He's not in there. We're putting it over us. This is not exactly how you imagined it would end. A sense of sadness and relief fills your heart as you seal your improvised body bag with gaffer tape. Hopefully avoiding infecting mom when he finds you. You go to sleep. I see. We're just committing suicide in this body bag, and we're leaving the card and the vial for him so he can get it without being infected. It is titled The Last Journey. All right. See card 55. You might think that's going to be the game, but it's not. It's just thank you for playing the codes. Okay, now we're going to enter to end the game. Now, what do you think our score is going to be? We got like 90. We got a 91 or 92% in one game. We got a 95 in another game. What's our score going to be here? Let's have a vote. Let's see who can get it right. All right. Vote for what your score you think we're 81%. You have to type vote first. No, I think we're going to be in the 90s. You have to say vote and then your number. No, we did a lot better than 81%. 88%? It could be. I think we're going to be in the 90s. I think we did at least as well as we did the first game. 85% says DJ Money Cut. I think we're going to be, I'm going to guess 92. In fact, I might even guess higher. Wow, everyone's voting in the 80s. Okay. That means whoever gets closest without going over wins a prize. I don't know what the prize is, though. All right, I'm going to vote 92. All right, voting is closed. Voting is now closed. Is that how I do it? All right, here we go. We are about to see our score. 88%. That means Dorian got it exactly right. Dorian got it exactly right. So Dorian gets MVP. All right, our score is 88%. Now we continue. Are we going to get an epilogue for the end of the trilogy? No, we're not. Why break the pattern now? Why give an epilogue? All right, well, an interesting experience. Let us take a quick 3-minute break. No, I better make it 5 minutes. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Then we're going to come and talk about the entire experience, the 3 games in the series, high points, low points. Try to offer some constructive criticism to the author of this. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in 5 minutes. I hope if you've joined me so far, you can stick around for a little bit longer and we can talk about our thoughts. 5 minutes. We are back with our final thoughts here on the Sunshine Island trilogy. Sunshine Island trilogy, which we've now played over the last 3 weeks, all 3 boxes. Each box has taken us about 5 hours, so we've gotten some real game time out of this, but my thoughts are mixed. Let me see what the channel says. First of all, people are saying there's some buffering on the channel. I have increased the bandwidth recently, and it looks like maybe that's having a little bit of a problem. Not impressed with this set. The story was more grounded than the other set. It was boring, just went from puzzle to puzzle without much interest in between. The phone unlock pattern was too ambiguous. I think some others were just tedious, like the map path. Probably could have gotten that if you spent a while on it. It'd just be boring for viewers. Are you going to do a mystery audience choice tomorrow night? No. I have a love-hate relationship with 50 Clues. I'm excited to get a new box, but then I feel like quitting during some puzzles. Overall, it's entertaining, but not a game I would play alone. The puzzles had problems, so they weren't able to make up for the weak story. Yeah, this is a tricky one because there are definitely things about this series I like. I absolutely like the mechanical system here of proceeding through the cards. You occasionally get rid of cards. You enter, the website is simple. It works well mechanically. Sometimes you combine objects. Sometimes you are solving puzzles. The codes can be any number of characters or letters. To me, there's a lot to like here. And a good example of my favorite puzzle in this box we played, which was one of my favorite puzzles, a good example of when everything is done well and when it works and clicks, was when we met that guy in the house. And that was really enjoyable because we met this guy. We said, we did this puzzle to get in. I'm looking for this guy. He says, that's me. And we're about to give him the serum. And then we realized, hey, wait a second. This guy says he's this guy, but is he really? And then we looked through the cards we got, an hour ago, combined with the card of the outside of his house, and we realized this is not our guy. It doesn't match the description or the car, and so we stabbed him with the knife and killed him. To me, that's like when things line up with this box, with this game, that's the kind of thing it does that few other games in this genre, this type of game does. It's sort of harsh and adult and brutal and mean-spirited sometimes, but in a positive way. And we occasionally got puzzles that were positive and good in that respect. But I think part of what the channel is responding to, which was a real failure in this set, was the narrative. It sort of started out at a little bit of a high point in terms of this biological weapon out of control. And then the rest of 3 boxes, that happens in like the first few cards of the first box. And then everything else after that is just us going to the scientist who we never meet and dropping him off the stuff that we found in the lab. So it's sort of like we were just on rails traveling somewhere. And in fact, a good chunk of our travel was with these Swedish towns that we had no idea where they were. We had to look up on Google Maps. So the rare encounters we had with people, the game just told us what to do. And every time we tried something unusual or out of the ordinary with the object interaction, the game just said, no, don't do that. And there were some weird choices that happened. And that's not even getting to the puzzles. And I think we had an abnormally number of frustrating puzzles today. Last week we did as well, but here we had more ambiguous puzzles, and we almost got out of it, readjusting our philosophy. I sort of almost convinced myself that to embrace this idea of puzzles with ambiguous solutions, and we're supposed to rank them. We got through most of the game readopting that philosophy. It's not a bug, it's a feature. Then we got to that finger blood puzzle, and there were just so many ways it could be interpreted. It was just so wrong that it was just incredibly frustrating. And I just don't understand how that's being allowed to happen. Like, are these games being play tested? And if so, how are these getting passed? It just seems so strange to me. And I think all of us playing these 50 clues are sort of have bought into the idea of dark, harsh stories, but we want a little more excitement, a little more interest. This is a weird, the way these games end, each box ends very anticlimactically. And a weird choice, like all those interactions at the end, there's the plastic, the machine, but when we tried to take it, it said, don't take it, you'll infect him. And we were like, what are you talking about? And then obviously it wants us to kill ourselves. Many of the object interactions this game felt like we didn't really understand what the game wanted us to do. And we thought of some clever kinds of interactions, and it just said, no, don't do that. I feel like there's an opportunity that's missed. If you're using the website to do the object interactions, then maybe you could put some interesting story elements, even if it doesn't mechanically change the flow of the game. It could say something interesting that happens. There were some weird points where we drugged that guy's coffee. Somehow he didn't notice when we drugged his coffee. Some weird things happening there. The scoring is not too punitive, so I think they expect you to have to guess a few times. I agree. I guess I also want to complain about the hints. Like, mechanically, the hint system is good. You can just click hint whenever you want it and you get a hint. But I think every time we've asked for hints, what's happened is we've gotten 2 hints that we didn't need, which subtract points, and the third hint just gives you the answer. I'm not sure we've ever asked for a hint that's been helpful. It's always, here's something you already know, here's something you already know, here's the solution, and we've not given you the one place where you were stuck. Maybe another sign that these games are not undergoing much playtesting? I'm not sure. Let me see. Then we had several puzzles today that don't feel like you could really have solved them without cutting them up or scanning them. Can you really solve this without either cutting up this card or scanning it and printing it? I don't think so. And we had another card. These cards, I'm sure you could come up with the solution, figure out the solution, but it seems so pointless. It's saying just trace these lines and figure out which of these three things you're gonna come up against. And I wasn't sure whether we were really gonna have to do the visuospatial manipulation like here on these, and I just did not want to have to try to line these up with the backs. I do like that you can skip through it. There's always some math in these games. I actually enjoyed this one quite a bit. This one was a little weird, but I kind of liked this one. That one I liked. These were enjoyable. These were a little weird, but enjoyable. Here was my favorite part. This guy's like, that's me. I don't like this. This was all weird, but this puzzle was reasonable. This was an interesting little real-world puzzle. I'm not sure how easy it would be to figure out if you if you haven't watched some videos about this. This was reasonable. These were horrible, having to know the geography of Sweden. This was a fun puzzle. Like, there are some fun puzzles in this game that you can reason your way through. Like, looking back at some of these were pretty good. This was silly. This was reasonable. This is when we were doing our thing where we were saying, let's just make reasonable guesses, and that worked out well. This was okay. Yeah, so okay. I want to look at the chat, and then I'm going to see if we can't give this author some constructive criticism. It would have at least been nice to know why some of these answers were what they were. I think you could have solved that puzzle with the lines if your patient was already gone. I agree with that. Okay, so let me be presumptuous enough to try to offer some constructive suggestions, criticisms, either for this author or for other authors making this kind of game. First, let me start with the praise. I love that it's a darker vision of these games. I love the art style. To me, it's perfect. It's very suitable. I love the mechanics of the website. I love that it's a longer game in multiple parts. These feel like suitably long individual boxes, and I love that they combine. I do think that it's missing narrative, especially with this set. I think you need to make more of an effort to tell a real story. And that means putting some extra effort at the end of each box to give a little bit of a cliffhanger, a little bit of a story element. And in the final box, there should be even more so. They shouldn't end so abruptly. They should end with a little bit of a wrap-up story, some denouement, some satisfaction at the end. The website could give you a little bit of an end epilogue. I do think you should probably avoid, with an expensive game, puzzles that have to be cut up. I don't know how else you do some of these puzzles without cutting up or scanning. I would drop all of the geography stuff that requires you to know the geography of a town, or I guess figure out on a map. And then I think in general, as far as some constructive suggestions, criticism for the puzzles. I really think you have to do better at narrowing down the potential solutions. That's the problem we encountered over and over again. And that finger cutting puzzle was the best example. You cannot simply say, hey, this is what I intend and here's my answer. And once I tell you the answer, it'll seem plausible, but I'm not going to worry if there are 20 other plausible solutions. I really think you have to, I'm willing to meet you halfway. I'm willing to say that if you can narrow down 3 potential answers, then it's up to the player to rank them and try to figure out which 3 the author intended. But that finger cut phone pattern puzzle, which had so many plausible answers and so many ways you could look at it and say, well, the finger was going clockwise or counterclockwise. You got to do better than that. And if the combining objects is going to be such a major role in the games, and I think that's a great element to these. I think it's great that that is worked into this puzzle game. I think maybe work a little harder to let some unusual things happen when you do that. And I think in the first set trilogy we played, there was much more room for when you combine things in a weird way, weird things happen, and if you didn't, other things happen. This last box in particular felt like there was one way to assemble things. There was one and only one way to combine objects that needed to be done to solve the puzzle. And I don't think we missed too many ways to do things that we didn't do. Any other constructive criticism? I still like the system. I'm still happy to play the trilogy we haven't played before. And I do like that if you get frustrated, you can just go hint, 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 and get the answer. I mean, normally I try to avoid hints, but I've learned from this series that I gotta use them, otherwise I'm gonna lose my mind. All right, any other final thoughts from the group before we sign off here? It would have at least been nice to know why some of the answers were what they were. I think most of the time when we didn't get a good answer to a puzzle here, it was something like this, where it was such, it was clear that you were just going to do some spatial thing. I think if we had worked at it, we would have solved it. We have seen this kind of thing in a game before. It's just, it's rarely so ambiguous what the rules are. Do they overlap? Do they not overlap? What's the point? Do they have to line up orthogonally? Do they just randomly connect? How long is it going to take us? Most importantly, do you ever go from front to back? And am I going to have to sit here and figure that out? At some certain point, when there are too many permutations of things you have to go through to brute force to figure out, to examine all the possibilities, you just lose it. But there were good puzzles. There absolutely are very satisfying puzzles. Oh, look at this. Okay. So, Jep Norsker has joined us. Okay, so now's when I feel a little bit bad that we are, or someone from the games has come by. All right, so this is an odd situation for us. We have had plenty of times when developers come in, but rarely when I've been so harsh on a game. So, assuming we're speaking to Jep, the author of the series, this game is actually co-authored, but Jep Norsker is the person who has created the series and created, I think, if I'm right, was the sole author on the Leopold trilogy. So let's, while he's here, all right, so we've tried to offer some of our suggestions. I'd like to explain the puzzles if needed. Well, let's try to put a bow on everything. we've played now 6 boxes of the 9 boxes that are available. So obviously we're intrigued and interested and enjoy them enough to keep playing them. Corsican says, there's so much going for this series. It feels like if they just play tested it and made the puzzle a little more polished, solidified the plot, it would be great. So I think, Jeff, what you're hearing from us is we are, speaking for myself, there's so much to love here. It's clearly a passion project. And I know that these aren't originally in English, and maybe that's some of the issue, but there's so much to love here, and so much that's special about these series that Jep has done. There's lots of other puzzle little escape room games, but there's no others that have this particular personality and take on it, this little dark, edgy thing where you're not sure how dark it's going to be. And we really loved how unique the Leopold trilogy was. But I think what you're hearing from us are 2 main places where we want more, where we want a little bit of more fine-tuning. And one is in the narrative side. These are so narratively satisfying when they work, the dark sides of it, that we want more. We want more of a compelling story. And then there's so many good puzzles here that when we get these puzzles that feel like they have multiple answers, too many answers, that it becomes frustrating. And I think I don't think it needs it. It doesn't need for the puzzles to be so ambiguous. I feel like a little more effort into making one clearly better solution, or just a couple of possible solutions. But the biggest example of the puzzle that just killed me is this one. This one here. This was the one, I think, if you take anything from us, I know that the puzzle makers will disagree frequently with criticism, but just hear me out on my criticism for this puzzle. So this was basically, I know this wasn't the card that went along with it, but this was basically, it was the phone puzzle. And the game says, what pattern do you want to use on the phone? All right, wherever it is, I don't have the phone. And we looked at it and we understood, we figured out, okay, this is a pattern for this phone, whatever it was, whatever the card was. It was a more rectangular phone. So we looked at this puzzle and we understood the basic idea of what it was asking from us to figure out how to swipe on the phone to get that thing. I don't know why I'm not finding it now on back of a card, maybe. So we looked at it and we said, okay. All right, well, whatever. We said, okay, what are the possibilities? And one permutation was, is the finger wiping pattern clockwise or counterclockwise? And we came up with a reasonable reason why it was probably clockwise. But then we had a second problem, like, what's the orientation? Is the knife a clue that that's upright? Is the finger a clue that that's upright? Is the finger the clue that that's where it starts? Should we orient it the same as the phone so that the board looks like the phone? Or should we orient it towards how you would approach the counter and go this way? The problem is that each of those questions, if it was the only question, we could say, okay, it's either this or this. But when you combine the possibility that's clockwise or counterclockwise with the possibility that it's vertically oriented or horizontally oriented, and then to double down on it, here we have a pattern that's 3 by 3. So the question was, is that oriented at the top? Is this the 2 and this number the 8? Or is it that this is the 0 and that this top number is a 5? You throw those in, it's just too many permutations. It's too many. And in the end, we had to, there was, you know, then when you combine all those, you've got 30 different guesses. And every time you guess, you get penalized. So it's sort of punishing to try to do that. And at a certain point, the brain just freaks out. Too many choices. And it's not necessary. Like, it's a clever puzzle. It's a fun puzzle. They don't need, not everything has to be ambiguous like that. You could say, oh, maybe these dots are trying to be where these other things are, where these other numbers are. It's just too much. It's too much. Anyway, just one group's opinion. Obviously, do not take any of this too harshly. I hope there are more. So while we have Jep here, rather than criticize, I'd be curious to know, are there going to be more of these games? Are there any more in the works? The other thing that's sometimes done, just brainstorming ideas, sometimes when you're using a web app for taking answers, what we've seen done sometimes is that a designer will make a puzzle like this, play test it, and find, here are the 3 wrong answers that people tend to give. And then sometimes the web app will know to respond to those. In fact, I think maybe it was done in a 50 Clues game at some point. I think we may have run into a puzzle once or twice in the Leopold trilogy where it said, basically, I know what you're trying to do, and it's not quite right. Can you tell us anything more, Jep, about whether there are other, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right, about whether there are other games in the series that will be coming that we can look forward to? It's hard to make more games in this format. Very few distributors wanted to make this. Future games will probably print and play. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, part of what makes it so unique and impressive and exciting is this darker theme, but you can absolutely see that that is not, publishers are clearly shying away from that kind of thing, which is a shame because most of the escape room puzzle games are very light. And it's a joy to play one with a darker theme. If you haven't watched my review of the Leopold trilogy, there were some very special things about that one that I especially liked. The whole schizophrenic angle and really dark angle of that one was really unusual and special. And I think part of what we sort of hoped for in this one was maybe a little more story, a little more, although one of my favorite moments in the series was this thing where we met that guy at the house and killed him. Even in this one, when we went to grab the plastic and it said we had to disinfect stuff first. That's true. That's true. It did say that. Well, that's a shame that that there aren't going to be more of these, but is it the maturity and theming that makes the distributors less likely to pick it up, or is it just the genre, the card format in general? I have stories for 3 more trilogies, but I can't make them for a living in the current environment. Yeah, that's a shame. Well, the website works very well. I wonder if instead of a print and play, you could imagine a purely online game where the cards just come out. What about just making an online version where the cards come out on the screen? You know, you've got whatever cards are currently available to the player on the screen. Instead of just the web interface, having the interface with the table of cards you have and make it an online playable game. I have a completely new web app system. Technically, it will be possible to make print and play versions or just online playable versions, but print and play would be good too. I mean, I love the web app interface for this. I feel like it works very well. Few prints will also make new destructive puzzles possible. Okay, sure. Well, it was always clear when we played the Leopold trilogy, it was always clear that this was a vision that Jep had, and you could see why it would be hard to get distributor, but it was very admirable to see that Jep just did it all on his own. And you can see the 50 Clues website and all the translations to different languages. Pure online might take away the social thing sitting around the table. Well, that is certainly true. You're speaking to a group here that really does like playing physical versions, but it's hard to get people to print and play too. Well, we've been on the air for almost 6 hours, so we should probably wrap up. For me, print and play would be great and also make it accessible for instant play. It was challenging me to find the 50 Clues in stores. Yes, I had to order this one from Sweden. It's also hard to sell a story in 3 parts. Yes, I can absolutely see that. I can absolutely see that. It does, but you could solve that by selling all 3 enough. You could put I do think that this is one, I think I talked about this in my review of the Leopold trilogy, that it feels like it might make more sense to sell these as a set rather than sell them 3, because you can't really play the middle one or the ending one. It's a continuing story. So I could see buying one to try it, and once you know you like the system, it seems like you would always want to buy all 3, and you could buy all 3 in one box. Just, I mean, have one continuing story with 150 clues in it. Well, I hope Jep makes more and makes more games. I don't know how anyone makes money in any job, to be honest. It's all seems a mystery to me. I don't understand how the whole system doesn't come crashing down. I don't know how anyone makes a profit on anything, let alone board games. France and Korea tried to sell Maria as a bundle. It sort of didn't work well. Well, it's all seems difficult. Who does the art? I really love the art style. I suppose I should be able to see. All right, anything else? Anyone else have any other questions for Jep? I do hope we get more games in one form or another. We will certainly play them. Sorry for typing this on my phone. No, I did all the art myself. Yeah, this is a this is an unusual and special project. Well, I love the art. I think it perfectly matches the theme and style. I particularly liked it in the trilogy with Maria and Leopold. All right. Well, a pleasure to talk to Jeff. I do hope we get more games. I hope I wasn't too hard on it. We wouldn't be hard on it if we didn't also love it. Okay, and thanks for this group that has showed up for the 3 boxes. We do still have another trilogy from Jeff, and we will be playing that at some point. But as of now, our schedule is clean. So if you want to help decide what games we play next, you can hop on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link on the YouTube. Thanks again to the Patreon supporters who helped pay for this game so we could bring it to the channel and play it. A great group to play with and a real pleasure to meet Jep. I'd like to say thanks for playing and all the feedback. I like the online format here. Well, I appreciate it. We wouldn't have stuck around for all 3 parts if we didn't love it either. A separate request, just something for Jep to consider. Something to consider. One of the best horror, dark, adult genres that we love, and a lot of people love, is Cthulhu. Is the H.P. Lovecraft people going mad, supernatural monsters, you never know what's real, what's not real. The whole madness theme, I think that matches very well with the art style of Maria and Leopold. It does have a little bit more of a cultural appeal. It's free public domain now. Maybe consider going in there because I think you have a real ear for horror and scary and dark adult horror. And I think that would match very well with the Cthulhu, H.P. Lovecraft, supernatural stuff. And I think the art is perfect. And the madness that we saw in the Leopold trilogy would match perfectly with the sort of madness that we saw there. And the ability to do and interact with things in weird ways. Consider it. Consider it. For the rest of you, I'll see you on the next video. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for tuning in. See you next time.